All right, moment of truth. Hello, can anyone hear me? Are we live yet? Hopefully, but that's just what it is, you know. I've never ever doing a live streams like this ever, like with a whole setup by myself. So so I ended up like start streaming 2 times like on the unlisted. Very funny. All right, MSL Thailand Season 1, Week 1, Day 1, about to kick off at any time soon. Let's see how everything's gonna run, if whether it's gonna run smoothly. Probably gonna try to give you guys a bit of a, because this clean feed is actually from a Thai commentary, Thai casters. So I'm going to try to give you guys a bit of a translation as well. If there's any, especially match interviews, probably the host would get that cover, Ramida. Okay, Angelina Nazir against Gan NZ. This one probably like the very much the contest to look out for, and then Spider Mouse against Bossa. Of course, M6 experience, world champions, but then Bossa. This is what I already mentioned in my content. Know your MSL Thailand teams, but I do believe that Bossa is actually quite unpredictable. Like, he's out of the whole roster, he's actually the only one who moved from another MOBA game. So I expect to see like some very much not entirely of fresh ideas. I mean, MLBB players are also capable of that, but then what he's going to bring to the table, especially in season 1, where you know you get your toughest matchups possibly straight up in match day 1. So let's see. I'm going to try to, let's see if I can also share my live streams out onward, possibly. Love to do that in order to like get you guys on board with it. I think I now know now what I should need. I need a live. I need a live. Love to be. Watch along. Kaz. Watch along and Kaz. TMP YouTube live. Is this even the correct live streams? Is this even like the correct link I should be sending you guys? Like, I'm so scared right now. Man, this takes some time. Oh my days. Okay, the time is now 1:13. We probably kick off at like 1:20. No more, no less. Okay, B-Boss again, Flash SR. If we still have to wait, then there's a chance is that I might covering you guys up with like some of the MSL Thailand roster first. But let's see after I can share this live streams. So far, like, it's been... This will be covering 2 matches. MSL Thailand. Nah, let's use Studio YouTube. Okay.
On this page, you can select any equipment that you'd like to use for your live stream.
Oh my
So you can
days.
select
Content, live tabs. I don't think anyone knows what I'm looking for. 4 minutes up. Let's see the matchups here. I mean, for match day here, if I were to check on the schedule, I believe we have in here. Whoop. Alright, I guess this is a properly even out matches. Entry as well. We're out here with other stuff though. It's Bacon Time against Full Sense as our first matches. And then the second one would be Wali Thai against Hydra, which is also quite interesting, right? Because we're looking at the rosters from the team that you can say has played together for the longest amount of time, and then they're also going to be the one who like step up into the league as a whole combined unit, you know. So and then you compare that to Wali Thai, whom I mean, they have an experienced rosters, and I think many people like giving them lesser credits than they're owed, right? It's just that they got like three Thai players not three Thai players, but three players with like M Challenge Cup Mekong experience, and then you got that in Ling Si, right? Ling Si, and then the other Thai Kathleen Naru, of course, and then. And of course the Lao goal laner Gao from 189 Esports as well. And then you can combine that with Nicholas, and then also Sha James, whom I'm not so certain about Nicholas. I mean he does participate in Legend Rising, which is like a sort of like a community open tournaments beforehand. But then you have Sha James, whom from my intels, like he's straight up players who moved over from another MOBA game as well. So yeah, I mean, I'm glad to finally find him like with a team, you know. But let's see if whether he could have matched up against like I'm not sure Clover K or maybe Outcon. One thing about Hydra is that the teams has played together for the longest amount of time. I mean, I'm not saying that they play MLBB for the longest time, right? It's not like they have the most experience in that sense, but when you look at all these players, like the top players, let's say the IDNS rosters, right? They're kind of like splits. They're on separate ways. Mouse and 33 goes to King of Gamers, IZ and 0367 and Lois like with BRU, and then you also got there's only two teams, isn't it? If that's the case, right? Okay, because you have to understand that following from IDNS, like most of the Thai rosters, if we're talking about the top Thai players who has been playing MLBB after all these years, they've played together. Their journey was sort of like crisscross, you know. like they're teamed up with this team for a season of MCCM, and then they moved on to another teams. This guy split up, then comebacks. So yeah, you ended up with these, I would say, just sort of like a core type pool of players that has been such a long time with MLBB. Let's see. I hope that I'm live right now, but yeah, let's see. This is a public 24. We're about to coming up right now. Feel free to like, share, and comments. Exhort and Angelina. This is also another interesting one, because from my understanding, Angelina is very much a Farsa specialist. Like, I understand that she can also play other mobile teams as well. Ooh, here it comes. Okay. Yo. They got the whole intros in right now. Full Sense. ACT Esports Club. Soul Leagues. Tenacity. That looks so cool. When they rendered it out like a pump 3Ds. And then also King of Gamers. There it is. Time to rise. MSL Thailand Season 1. Okay. Of course.
Official sponsor by Richman Shop. Official gaming chair partner DX Racer.
Of course. I mean, it's interesting how they open up with the views here in Bangkok, right? There's a first spark. Is this okay? So basically, this whole competitions were held at Lido, which is sort of like you can call them they actually used to be a movie theaters, a very niche and standalone movie theaters, and then you got them being renovated. They still got their own movie theaters, but then now it's become sort of like like a shopping mall, shopping complex, a very small and modest one at that. But like, yeah, now it is the official venue for MSL Thailand Season 1, and it's pretty much accessible. It's right in the middle of the city. Also with
ยินดีต้อนรับทุกท่านเข้าสู่เวที MSL Thailand Season 1 Time to Rise วันนี้ร่วมเป็นสักขีพยานกันว่าใครกันแน่ที่จะเป็น Number 1
Okay, let's find out who's going to be today's number 1. All right. I mean, as I mentioned, I believe this is Ramida.
สวัสดีค่ะอยู่กับดิฉันรามิดาเป็นพิธีกรดำเนินรายการ
Ramida
MSL Thailand ในวันนี้นี่เป็นเวทีการแข่งขัน Mobile Legends ระดับมืออาชีพครั้งแรกของประเทศไทยและจะมี
First ever pro Mobile Legends competitions in Thailand.
ในรอบ Playoff วันนี้เราพร้อมแล้ว
From regular seasons to playoffs.
เราไม่ใช่แค่ Easy Server และพร้อม
Hey, Thailand is not easy servers.
แท้จริงหลังจากนี้ขอเชิญทุกท่านพบกับเหล่าแคสเตอร์ได้เลยค่ะ
Oh, straight up. That's fast. Let me check out the whole test. Days number 1. Whoop. All right. So great to see them again. I mean, as I mentioned, I believe this is Ramida. Oh man, they gotta get the audio right. But just to give you introductions here. So on the left hand side here is gonna be Wawa Gaming, I believe. There's two actually. There's Wawa. Okay, that's what he's gonna go by. And then of course Bird 5-star. Mobile Legends competitions in Thailand. Bird 5-star right in the middle. He's also another caster. And then regular seasons to the right hand most side. I'm not sure why he's a bit far apart from his friends. But that's Dr. Marks, of course. Easily, like I would dare say, like Thailand's leaders in MLBB communities. So straight up, that's fast. It's so glad to see them in this stage. Check out the whole test. Okay. Today's number one. Whoop. All right. So I'm not sure yet if we got the whole entire audios coming right up yet, or if it's just me. It can be just me, right? Because I already got because I hear Ramita. But yeah, here's today's schedules. We're looking at Bacon Times against Full Sense as of match number one. See a big match, and of course it is like a season opener, so you can say a league opener as a whole. And then you got Hydra Esports against Wali Thai as the second matches, which we're also going to cover as well. And then on match number 3 is ACT against Tenacity. This one will be interesting because we're looking at like the sort of like the comprise of, I would say, young talents, especially for ACT. Like their roster is so young, but they've all been playing together for so long as well. And then Tenacity, I would say many of them got experience in open qualifiers. So yeah, it's great. It is glad to see them have a team. And then in match number 4, we have King of Gamers against Solix. Ooh, this might be a bloodbath. KOG just got the OG IDNS players in 33, you know, the one who won MSC in 2017 straight up. And then you also got Nile as well from their times as a who formerly goes by Sanri. So of course I think this is going to be a very interesting one all around. I'm not even sure yet if how am I supposed to give you guys like these live streams, but yeah, it seems like it's only the Casio audio that's not up. Okay. They want people to see.
ที่ผมแบบแอบซ้อมมาหลายปีครับให้คนดูได้เห็นในการแข่งขันรอดูได้เลยครับ
For me, the team is 100% ready and I am 100% confident because
Okay.
I them that we can win the matches in the upcoming.
I believe this is Exhort, right? Damn, they just cut off. Oh, okay. Oh no, it's still not on. Bruh. Okay. I mean, damn. I'm just trying to give my the link out here so you guys can see the coverage of the live streams, but I'm honestly not sure how this is supposed to turn out. Okay. I'm so scared that like that they got the whole entire roster as well. Gun NZ in the XP lane, Spider Mouse as a roamer, B boss with the jungler. Oh, Kang, okay. Kang in the XP lanes, and this is Bacon time, it is. Okay. Dope. Walk out now. Very exciting to see how like players would try to actually, because believe me when I say this, when we talk specifically about MOBA, I believe that this could be one of the very first time that I've seen Thai players having to like, or a Thai team like including foreign players in such a pro settings. And now it's Full Sense turns, I guessed. Nazir, Angelina, and then Flash SR. I believe that like we're gonna have to see how deep their playbooks go, especially for the Thai players with the OG MLBB experience. Okay, Full Sense here. Sheesh. Got the players here: Dominic, Flash SR, Angelina. That's Bossa. Oh, I see that he shaved. And then Nezia, of course. I think Full Sense is a team to look out for because I think that their team setup are quite immaculate. I just have to put it out this way. I think that for their core Thai players to have experience, that's gonna be very much helpful. And now here's two of their coaches. Coach Noel, the Thai coach, who's a veteran, who has been with player for a great time. And then also for Coach Dran from Full Sense as well. a Filipinos coach. Lovely to see this one. But let me try to share out my live stream. Let's see if anyone else would pick up and join us. Because right now I'm not know if it's just me or maybe it's because this is a clean feed. But yeah, I think that's the whole point why. Oh, because this is a clean feed, so I don't hear them. Is that the case? I think so. Alright, so Kang and XP lane, B-Boss as the jungler, and then Gun NZ on the gold lane as like a core 3 type players. And then we have Exort, of course, the Filipinos from Blacklist, right? Exort, and then also, of course, Spider Mouse as a roamer. And then for Full Sense, of course, there's a Dominic, XP laner, SEA Game gold medalist, along with Nazir as the Filipinos talents. And then for the core type players, you got Flash SR and Angelina. They've played together before in M Challenge Cup Mae Kong. And then of course, the first ever reveal for Full Sense rosters, that's gonna be Bosa Narak. He used to compete in the mobile games before, but he retired quite a long time ago, if I remember correctly, since 2021. So it's almost like 5 years of no competition experience, of no competition time. Sorry. But it's very interesting to see him come back, and with Mobile Legends as that. He's just got this vibrant personalities, you know, like as a streamer, you're gonna see how he called out his games, how he riled up his opponents, how he hyped up his teammates. I think that would also be the case. I see ETH, yes sir. MSL Thailand. I just try to let's see with the talents prediction. Wawa gave it to Full Sense. This is the thing. Many people actually give Bacon Times a lot of credits, and I get it. You know, I love to root for them as well. You know, they got Spider Mouse and Exort, but then in Full Sense case, they also got 2 PH imports as well, and their core type players have MLBB experience already in M Challenge Cup Mae Kong, as I mentioned. So this is why I think that is not an offense to actually give Full Sense a credit, a dubs, and oh man, I mean, if I were to predict, I might also go Full Sense. Sorry, Bacon fans. I really wish you guys teams all the best. I think it's still gonna be a tough one though. I give it a 2-1. But yeah, I think it's going. I want to see, because as much as Angelina and Flash SR might have experiences, there's also, I would say, like a hole in that game plan, right? Which is based on my time casting in English for them in M Challenge Cup Mae Kong in Season 2 back in 2023. If I remember correctly, they played for AV Gaming, right? For Angelina and then Flash SR in Season 3, they played together for Vampire Cannigan, I believe. Now the thing about these two is that I found that they have the abilities to cut their opponents off guard, regardless of how strong or advantages their opponents may be. I as you remember that match up against Crit Evo, which is pretty much the IDNS rosters, right? You got 33 Flash SR used to be with Crit Evo back then, I don't remember as a roamer or not, but that's another point that I'm going to lead into. Like, Angelina just got that sort of ability to pick off players before like they're trying to settle into the game's tempo, and I think that is what Full Sense is going to rely on, obviously with the whole backbone of her performances by Dominic and Nazir. And then for Bosa, overall gonna be I would say the X factor. That's what I mentioned. That's the word that I also used in my content, Know Your MSL Thailand team. But my whole point being that I found that his experience from other MOBA games, right, as a high level, and what I've got to see him from the scrims and live streams as well, he just got this unorthodox way of playing, or way of gauging his characters, his heroes, capabilities. So in many situations where he might have to charging in, let's say between tier 1 and tier 2 of the turrets, and then where you have to tank the damages. If you look at like typical MLBB players' decisions or playmaking, like you might see one result, but with Barca it could be different. I see that he's very daring and calculative for that matters. So I'm very excited to see this one. MLBB Mobile Legends Thailand, Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Let me check out the live stream real quick. We're about to settle into the draft phase soon, I think. Oh, it's now begun. Map draw goes to Broken Walls. Okay. Okay, a lot of different angles to enter the fights, especially for roamers. So I think this is a whole showdown between Spider Mouse and Barca. They already went on their first ban phase. Hee Sun Shin, Basia, and then Khalid. But Full Sense managed to ban like quite a lot of mid laner as well. Marcel straight up with Jusin and then Valentina. Okay, I see that Bacon managed to got like Freya quite early on, but then also with Dran from Full Sense here. Probably got Fovia, securing Fovia straight up for Dominic. Why did it say that Dominic is a jungler? Hopefully that's not the case. Yeah, probably just sort of like a mispositioning, but then they also got Guinevere. So yeah, the setups here is pretty much add up onwards. I think this would be interesting. Alright, I'm gonna share this one straight up. Two being okay, Sora, but then Harley. Like, it makes sense how right now they're trying to mirror up their comp selection straight up. Like, they're going for CC characters and then straight up right from the XP laner. They're just trying to get carry first, possibly for Nezia, right? And then they're still not picking the mid laners though, if this is the case. Noel, Bacon Times. They might ban Farsa, I'm not gonna lie, but gauging from the first phase of the bannings, I don't see them prioritizing on the mid laners yet. But that might be the case because I'm not sure why they try to narrow down mid laners in the second phase of the bans. Yeah, straight up, like I said, Farsa already got banned. Like, how? Because Angelina's, I haven't seen her play that many mid laners. Like, she's very much a specialist, especially on Farsa. And then Glue. Okay. So I think we're looking at the last ban from Bacon Time. I straight up want to see first, like, how they converse, how do they doing a brainstorms for the ban and pick phase of the team comp, especially for Bacon Times. Another point worth mentioning for Bacon Time is that, of course, Noel is a Thai coach. He's made a transition from another MOBA game before, so I'm really interested in seeing how he can possibly sort of like bring those sort of experience and inputs into Mobile Legends, or how much would that dynamics be between him as a coach, but the new one at that, a new coach, and then compare that to Spider Mouse and Exort, whom is going to have a lot of experience already. Let's see. But now Angelina, possibly this can be it. Khadija is not a bad pick at all. Just bringing that sort of flexibilities also, but then the whole timing and also positioning is going to be different from a static mage like Farsa, or maybe actually another pick the rob is going to be actually Zetian, but I'm not sure if they're gonna go with that. I almost say Bushek Tian. That's the Thai renditions of the word of Zetian. But yeah, that might be. At this case, yeah, but then you already got Guinevere. And then of course with Ship. I think for Bacon Time right now, it is possible they might try, if they choose to go with Ship, it is possible they try to replicate sort of like a game plans or timing from their former MOBA titles. That might be the case. I'm not even joking, because they're looking at a way to caught them on the surprise fight. And then of course with the whole rotations across the map as well. I mean, since the map draw is not a river, so yeah, I think that's the case. Spider Mouse with Ship. Be okay. It's all just jumbles right now. I hope that this is not the case. I'm talking about the positionings on the Settles there. Okay, here's the Settles here for game number 1. Very exciting here. I think that Full Sense, especially since like 2 of their players, namely I would say Flash SR and then Angelina's actually got their players in with MLBB experience first, so it kind of more, I see more of the pictures of how they're going to play, right? But then for Bacon Time, it's all fresh, it's all clean slates. I mean, I understand that they got Exhort and then Spider Mouse, but then the 3 type players are all former players from another MOBA games who like make a transition towards MLBB. So I'm really curious how they try to set up like their whole game plan straight away, or maybe how they try to counter maybe the norm or the traditions of how MLBB games progressions were meant to be played. But that's going to be the match up here between them. With that being said though, at first, I mean, in case you guys are unaware, but like at first for Bacon Times, like, so B-Boss used to be Bacon Times players in another title, right? And he's very prolific, very talented, also very popular. His live streams got like probably the most I'm not sure what the term is, concurrent, like, right? Concurrent viewers, I would say he's probably right up there. But then there's gonna have also sort of this, probably something going on where he's ended up without unable to compete, so now he's moved over to MLBB, and then we have to compare that back to Full Sense as well. I mean, look, Full Sense, out of all teams, Flash SR is an interesting point because yes, I've mentioned before that Flash used to has years of experience in M Challenge Cup Mekong already. So that's the case. But another of the important stuff was that he has been moving around from positionings. So just for your interest, beforehand, Flash SR does not play in the jungler positions. I'm not sure like since when did he move over to play in the jungler positions, but we're seeing here is that many times here that there were, he's actually played in mid laners before, I believe, and then the roamer as well. I'm not sure whether this is going to be his first ever debut for playing the jungler in the pro scenes. Okay, got contest first, but then Bossa got caught away by Spider Mouse straight up. Good call by Spider Mouse here. Like he sees straight up that Bossa is probably going to apply pressures here. Angelina got chipped in with a lot of HP as well. Flashes are providing support. B-Boss trying to put even more pressures on him. Spider Mouse is not far apart. Okay, interesting how they try to pick up team fight straight up. But now, Bacon Time. Let's see. Kang's trying to rotate back up to facing up with Dominic, trying to keep it inside. Bossa, quite a very risky move here. Angelina, you have to understand that right now she's actually playing Kadita and not Farsa, so all of those range capabilities here is not going to be existing. Spider Mouse, yeah, just keep that contest at the river in the mid lanes, just sort of very intense, right? And then I think that Gun NZ managed to corner Nazir back into the turret as well. Oh man, Tu's already trying to pick up here. Bossa, let's see if he knows this. I think he might be, but he's so close. Flash SR as well, trying to gang up with Angelina. Called up Violet Requiem first. Kang is in big troubles. Managed to swoop right back in. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. The coordinations, right? We're seeing that set play straight up from Full Sense. And I think that's going to be the case for a transitioning players when you compare them to OG MLBB players. Okay, Dominic trying to pick fight with Spider Mouse first. Exhort doing a great job trying to poke away his damage as well. But the Turtlewood goes to Full Sense. I mean, I understand that they haven't been a first blood yet, but now one's gonna get picked off over there at the mid lanes. Possibly Angelina's hanging out Exhort as a first blood. Gonna see training right back in with Nazir. Okay, game on. I think this is gonna be the case, right? I mean, when we're trying to strip everything's away back to the basic, you're gonna see that a lot of players, everything's away back to the basic. You're gonna see that like a lot of players from they're trying to go with the typical logics, right, for mobile games. So if in case you got picked off, trying to go for a trade, right? Doesn't matter that's how it goes in the grand schemes of things, but you need to be able to get on the equal terms, especially for the whole team fight. Bossa Narak. Okay. I see that he's being very aggressive here when it's come to positionings. Just trying to keep Spider Mouse on site, I think. I'm not sure if that's the entire thing. It's like trying to man mark him, but that seems to be the case so far. I think in the top lane maybe Phoebus against Sora once again. The minion waves as well. It seems like Full Sense is getting the upper hands on this. So now Bacon Town is trying to retaliate by putting more pressures on the bottom lanes. So in that case, Bossa couldn't stay afar, and I believe that he's going to picking right here. Magic Wand from Angelina's already. The progressions here right now actually there's quite on the equal terms. But now it's clear that like Bacon Time is probably going to trying to keep the areas on the bottom lane here as well. But now the second turtle is now spawned. Outer turrets is about to go in 30 seconds. Oh man, 4 of them already. Full Sense already onwards to the turtle. Try to pick off Spider Mouse. Perhaps he's gonna get off first, but B-Boss finishing off Nazir first. 1 down for Full Sense. And now they're trying to dish out a lot of damage here and possibly all the resources as well to secure this turtle. They still managed to do so though. Alright. Flash SR has been doing a great job so far when it's come to securing the objectives here. But now, okay, Spider Mouse try to pick off the 5 rough waves coming in from Angelina first. And now swooping right in. Bossa Narak is in big trouble instead because he warped up the Exhort instead and got picked out. Dominic's trying to putting in help and support, but now managed to get rid of Spider Mouse first, but then Kang would do a payback. Oh man, this is exactly why Spider Mouse was on ship. Yo! Dang. I think I might have to increase the volume a bit here for desktop. Pardon me. Hopefully this is better now. Let me know if it's actually still too young. Oh, Bossa Narak got caught off over there. 4 of them straight up here. Nazir and Flash SR has to be patient and try to make an entry first hand. Violet Requiem coming right in and taking out Spider Mouse first. Oh man. That might be Full Sense like playbooks here. Having Bossa Narak always having Bacon Town's players on their side and then trying to coordinate a place where his teammates can swoop right in and support him in time. Oh man, this is a very close game so far. I didn't expect it to be this close. Okay, shaking the bush. Let's see. Oh, I think one of the Bacon Times got picked off. Spider Mouse once again, and then another player is in big trouble as well. Gun NC, and then Exhaust split pushed right in, managed to get rid of Nazia, and then Angelina and Ponsanarak would follow. Triple kill by Sora Kang. What a player that was. Dominic might be the next one to fall by B-Boss, who claimed the double kill as well. Wiped out by Bacon Time. Yo! Oh man. That is disastrous from Full Sense here. And maybe the whole reason why Full Sense is not, why Bacon Time is letting Full Sense like securing 2 of the turtles. But then the third one straight up right before we go to Lord Siege is going to be Bacon Time. Okay. That was costly. Now they're like 4Ks and goal differences. Let's see how Full Sense responds from this. I love to see this, possibly, arguably way more than like a whole one-sided dominance, right? Bosanarak. They have to recover right now because like right now they're losing like the first tier of the turrets for on both 3 lanes. So I don't think they can afford efforts to be on the back foot like how they usually were. Okay. Nazia here as well. And then B-Boss doing a split push. They're gonna try to find a way in here first. Okay. I see that. I think right now, probably right after the wiped out, Bacon Time is going to be a bit more on the back foot, I think. Not necessarily like giving up space for Full Sense, but I think they might try to take the foot off the gas for a brief moments because like I think the Lord Siege is about to happen in 30 seconds. Huh. Angelina. Quite an uneventful minute here, but of course Bacon Time is still going to try to cut them off guards here. I think especially with the scaling of ship from Spider Mouse, right now Full Sense is going to be way more cautious with him trying to picking up fights. At this point I think it's kind of forcing the situations for Full Sense to like wait until ships already use his ultimates. But now Dominic got chased out. Bossa caught on with the Divine Judgments. Spider Mouse in big trouble. Got get picked off first and set up for Dominic to wipe him out. And now also trying to go for the backline as well. Dominic's accessing towards Gun NC. Quite a bit of a dodgy situation here, but Dominic would claim it double kill as well as Sora from Kang. But then it's a trade off here. 3 against 1. In the favor of Full Sense here. I think they're gonna get this Lord. That was quite costly, and I think this is exactly the reason that we talked about the committed team fights where Full Sense have to try to pick out Spider Mouse from the equations first. Man, this is rough, but as of now it's still unpredictable so far how this one is going to go out. I think Full Sense responds like perfectly. Great call by him, obviously. Of course, trying to put both teams on the equal terms, especially with like those outer turrets clearance. And then wiped out more for, I think right now they're trying to put pressures on the mid lane. Oh man, 4 from Bacon Times. They're probably gonna try to secure this, taking care of this Lord first. But I think it's about how Full Sense would capitalize on it that matters. Okay, swooping right in. Oof. Tier 2 mid lane is already gone. They're probably not gonna look for like a big fight, not probably gonna commit it that much. But now I think it's interesting how Full Sense would try to capitalize on this jungle siege. Spider Mouse, I think he knows that a lot of full sense is in there, but Requiem's already, but got CC immune straight away as a counter. Kang taking out Flash SR, and Benecia as well with trade back for taking out Exhort, and now Dominic's right inside over there. The Gut NC swooping right in. They're trying to pick this fight out in the third tier of the turrets. Oh man, they couldn't cash him out, and then B-Boss trying to pick out straight up. Dominic's trying to go in for a trade. Spider Mouse is providing support this year. Got chased down by Kang, and probably Dominic's gonna have to give out for this one. Couldn't go for a trade though. B-Boss taking care of him. Gun and Z. I think right now, what impressed me so far, and I mean, if we compare it to back in M Challenge Cup Mekong days, I think it's the fact that right now each team's got like a lot of a much better counter plays. Like we see it straight away from Full Sense after getting wiped out, but then right now I would say Bacon times are very solid in that regard as well. Let me check the audio once more. But probably the audio once more. I think that's probably going to keep a lot of them at bay. Audio once more. I think that's probably going to keep a lot of them at bay. Audio once more. I think that's probably going to keep a lot of them at bay. Okay. Audio once more. Speakers. Hopefully you guys can hear me well. That's probably going to keep a lot of them at bay. Not so much about hearing me. Okay. I love for you guys to hear the games. Let's see. So straight up, we're in the purgatory here. Okay. Full Sense, of course, to the Lord first. Got Divine Judgment, one against Spider-Mouse. This is costly. Nizia taking out B-Boss first, and I think Spider-Mouse is going to follow by Dominic. B-Boss trading right back in with Nizia first. Angelina chasing down Gun NZ. 3-1 fights again. This is not looking good for Bacon at all. Flash SR with Kang taken out as well. Oh my days. But now I think they're trying to put pressure on possibly finishing off this one here. Exhort is only one left. Traction Pulse. That's not gonna be enough. Oh man. Okay, two of them getting rid of Violet Requiem as well as a setup. And the first game of MSL Thailand Season 1 goes to Full Sense. Sheesh. Oh man. What an immaculate play that was. I love seeing how deep like their playbooks go, especially with how their response after getting wiped out and losing like the contestants on the first tier of the towers. But yeah, Full Sense. What a performance. I think in case of Bacon Time as well, we can see like he's trying to go with Ship with a surprise fight, but then I think Full Sense managed to counter that quite early on by like taking him out. Bosana, of course, with Divine Judgments. If he managed to caught onto Spider-Mouse, it's almost a death sentence. And then when you try to commit in the big fights with everyone's already in the same positioning, in the same areas, without them like actually committing to another objectives, like maybe pushing the lanes onwards, like then Ship's teleportation's value is going to be having less of a value, right? It's because everyone is so close now, they can commit to the big fight straight away with or without the gameplays. Oh man. I'm going to try to find a ways to see if my Porsche is being pushed outwards. And then straight up. Gamers as well. I mean, I can see the potentials for how Bacon Time's like going into the team fights, but then when it's come to the whole conditions and you can say like a team play settings, yeah, that is where I believe like Full Sense get it down to a T this time. MVP of this games, I think Borsa, maybe Angelina. Okay, makes sense. I mean, I think without Borsa's Divine Judgments, which is such a nicely timed stuff, yeah, it's gonna be a trouble. But then for Angelina, yeah, we're seeing straight away 7 assists. So that's almost the entire 100% of the participations, 70%. Yeah, that makes sense why she's the MVP. So it was a nicely timed rough waves as well, and I think with the correct coordinations with Flash SR beforehand, yeah, just like that. Or even this one here, they got chased down first. I don't think this is the correct highlight moment for Angelina, but yeah, overall we can see that like Bacon Time's got the potential, especially in terms of the team fights. But then here, Violet Requiems from Flash SR, perfect setups. And then they also got Divine Judgment for Kaja as well, whom his sole purpose would be to find to find Spider Mouse for Kang. Sheesh. And then Dominic right inside with I would say a solid performance as well. Managed to hold himself off in all the crucial moments, taking out Spider Mouse first. So a great coordinations by Full Sense to like try to create a setups where eliminates Spider Mouse chip out of the equations. And then for this one, Kang taking out Flash SR. If there's going to be anything that Bacon Times can improve on, I would probably say it's how they can try to put more pressure on after the wipes out, because that was actually a great opening for Bacon Times to assert their dominance. But that is our first game ever of the Pro League here, MSL Thailand Season 1. Yeah, Bosana Rak, of course, 11 assists. Great performance by him as well. And then for Spider Mouse, yeah, such a pity. He got picked off way too many times by Divine Judgments, and maybe even set up by Violet Requiems from Flash SR as well. So yeah, they got out CC, I think, Bacon Time for these games, and then maybe a bit of a faulty game progressions. But yeah, B-Boss, not too bad. I mean, he managed to secure like 5 kills as well. And then all those 2 deaths were all costly, because if you look at it, the Bacon Time didn't get picked off by that much. They get straight up wiped out as a team when they try to commit in the big fights. Which is a progressions that they should have like maybe capitalized better from the wipe out earlier in, I believe, like around 5 to 6 minutes. But that's gonna be it, I think. That would be our first game. Let's see if I can share my post somewhere else so that you guys can come and play. Watch along for Filipinos. Watch along for I think that's still like when we look at I think another players to give credits for would probably be, for Full Sense case, I think Nazir hold himself off quite well. Didn't get picked out too often. And then for Bacon Time, yeah, I think that I think they're now gonna see that, hey, like putting all the means to end as a fight entries into your teams, as putting all of that weight on Spider Mouse is probably not gonna bear fruits. Nazir as the rich guy, Kang dealing the most damage. His Sora is impressive. He secured triple kill as well, right? Okay. Oh man, I'm not. It's not that I'm not that familiar with seeing Dr. Marks being this timid. You know, I believe that for this panel, he is the team's analysis. He's a caster's analysis. So he's going to be the one who like shine right in, maybe right within the context, but he's not gonna do the play-by-play anymore. That's gonna be Bird 5-star and also Wawa. But yeah, Full Sense taking game number 1. Of course, straight up. I think another part that is worth mentioning here is that Flash SR, this is the first time ever he's playing jungler. I mean, at least on the pro scenes. I'm not sure since when did he move over, because he's quite a flexible player. If you're going to look onto context, I think he might be the most flexible players in Thai MLBB scenes here. He plays so many positions, but that can be said for most of the OG MLBB players as well. There's been a lot of like a position shifts. Like, it's not every players in MLBB who's going to be, for Thai scenes, I mean, who's going to be like make their ways known or like trying to compete it right here. All right, let's see. Of course, this is the team sponsors. It's because if we look at the MSL Thailand, right? I've seen this being on grounds a bit. I mean, I've seen this sort of like perpetuates a bit in the foreign communities, right? That like, oh, MSL Thailand is like the favorite child right now. It's such a high prize pool, 10 million Thai bahts, or like around 300,000, right? 300,000 US dollars, which is, from what I've learned, is actually higher than most of the MDL or maybe some MPL prize pool even. And if I were to ask like if there was to be any reasons why, I mean, it's not wrong to put it out that way, that they're your favorite childs, but one thing that you have to mention is that MLBB is not entering the MOBA in Thai markets as a dominant force. I mean, of course, it's a global games, right? Internationally played, but then at the same time, so looking at players who's going to, I would say, they actually have another dominant MOBA games, MOBA titles already in play. So just this MOBA game is a big deal, right? We're talking about they have a lot of sponsorships, partnerships. So of course, like when we talk about the prize pool, like I don't think MSL can manage to lowball the efforts, and as a result, like this is the reason why we're seeing this sort of high prize pool, because like they would at least try to match the prize pool of their competitors. And then of course they also have all this sponsorship as well. I'm glad to see that they have like there is sponsors by a lot of different gaming brands. Okay, I love to see it. When it's the Thai and Filipinos rosters, another part that we cannot disregard is going to be the communications. So that is probably going to be what raised the question straight up when we see that, oh, there's a Thais and Filipinos in the same team. Like, how would they call the games? Obviously, it's going to be in English. But here's my take, right? I think that we can the game calls can be, oh, okay. I think the game callings can be like dial down to just a bare bone basics of English, right? With a whole Thai and Filipinos rosters as well. But I think the whole communications part is probably already being established, and that's also not to mention that I'm seeing a lot of Filipinos players, I see it in their cultures of not being afraid to venture abroad and try to like compete it in different leagues, right? That's why we see a lot of PH imports, or so they're called, in the top league lanes. And I think the same can be said for MSL. I think they're very much versatile and adaptable. So I wouldn't even be surprised if they picked up some Thais, right? But then, yeah, I think it's great. Seeing a lot of game callings. Let's see how they're going to communicate this time around. Okay, first phase of the band pick still exactly the replica from game number 1 so far. Yi Sun Shin and Basia from Bacon Time, and then of course Jusin and Marcel from Fusen. I love how they're trying to like put focus on and emphasis on a certain players here. Ooh. Okay, we're seeing a counter pick going on here. Freya got taken out from, I believe, Gan NZ, right? I mean, it makes sense. We're seeing that he managed to deal quite a lot of damage with Pharsa, and also going with the fighters on the gold lane meta is not that ugly, right? But straight up with retaliation from Bacon Time as well, getting rid of Phoveus, whom Dominic picked in game number 1. Alright. Ooh, straight up with Valentina. Probably straight up for Exhort. Interesting. And that's gonna keep Guinevere. Oh my days. Flashes are probably gonna run it back with Guinevere, Violet Requiem. But now they got 2 of the main setup characters here. This is looking very frightening for Full Sense. But then, of course, like you can say that when the first pick become Valentina, you can counter with like a saw this impactful ultimate straight away, and I think that's gonna count a lot. B Boss and Gun NZ. Let's see which sort of players is open right now. I'm even more curious to see if whether Angelina, if Pharsa is not getting banned in this game, I'd love to see if Angelina would pick her up. All right. Gun NZ and B Boss. Let's see. Ooh, they got Claude and Suyo straight up. Okay. I mean, probably you don't have to worry at all in terms of the damage here with Suyo and Claude. But then I've yet to see how the directions in which Bacon Time is going to go with this team comp. Probably surprise fight like again, but then they're probably not going to try to centralize or putting so much weight in terms of their key playmakings on Spider-Mouse. Because in case he got picked up once again by Sora from Bossa, that's going to be a big trouble. But then Khalid got picked as well. Probably help a lot with map rotations. Let's see. They're trying to get rid of Durenas first from Full Sense. So Suyo could be the jungler here if that's, or at least that's what Full Sense is already convinced on and try to invest in this ban pick. Okay, and then you also got Harith being banned. I mean, we already see how much of a setups can Full Sense utilize on, especially when they already got Violet Requiems from Guinevere, and there's also Sora as well. So yeah, Salmon Force from Harith would be deadly. Noel would have to pick that out. Let's see the final ban phase from Full Sense. Any players, any characters, any heroes from times when ships. Oh, that's interesting. I did not expect ship to be their final bans for these games. I understand that like they got caught with ships once, but I think they managed to handle him quite well. I think potentially it's because Full Sense is not going with not going with Kaja in these games, so there's not going to be a Divine Judgment anymore. But that also means that they're going to change their approach as well to the game. And then for Bacon Times, I think they're trying to, I don't think they're going to invest in, I don't think they're going to try to invest in the same surprise fight as we know it. But then of course Lunox, possibly a pick for Angelina straight up. This is going to be an entirely different ways of playing when compared to how she can be sort of like a secondary damage dealers, or maybe as like a finisher with rough ways from Khadija in game number 1. And then for Bacon Times, I think Show already being picked. Okay, quite notorious for the teams here, but for Thai servers. But I'm very curious to see here who would be their I'm curious about Full Sense Marksman here. Kadita, okay, straight up. And then for last pick from Full Sense, I mean, Granger is still open, or maybe even Cammy, but then once again, Lunox probably already being settled into the mid lanes. So for Flash SR and Full Sense last pick. Whoa! Hanabi, okay. But then once again, this is going into Nazir hands, and this is not going to be a Hanabi roam by all means. So I think this is a bit of a, you don't have to worry about it that much. Hanabi roamer Hanabi has been sort of like a memes and talked about points in the communities. Okay, Flash SR repeating Guinevere's, and I see that Bacon Town probably have to revamp the entire comp by this time with show. So of course we can expect an entirely different ways for the setups. But alright, that's game number 2. Alright. Let's head right into game number 2 then, between Bacon Time, who's already on the back foot here, against Full Sense. This is a best of 3 series, so of course, I mean, come on, it's a match openers, but nobody wants to lose their first ever match into the series, right? So that's why I say this is a huge match off straight away. We can do B Boss and Flash SR as well. This time with Suyo, I think we can look at a lot more of a different game plans. Bossa straight away. Oh man. Players code as well. I'm gonna come and get you by Bossa. Okay, Bossa swooping right in, trying to put pressure on Exort. But of course, Spider Mouse is not too far from him, so obviously that has yet to be determined. I think that up to this point, less likely we're going to see an early game picks off. But Bossa, this time with Khalid, trying to use an early scaling, of course. But he couldn't use Sandwalk yet, right? Sorry, I mean Sandstorm. Yeah, we're gonna see a very aggressive play from Bossa straight up. Angelina, let's see how she's going to replicate like her success from Khadija pick in the first game. I think up until this point it's very clear that Bossa's entire playstyle is going to be like being in your face, but while the Requiem Flash SR caught onto 2, Angelina as well swooping in for the first blood to Full Sense. What a coordination play that was, and now with 1 players now, Flash SR trying to open on the turtle straight away. B Boss trying to put pressure on Bossa as well. Kang on a showdown with Dominix. But now Flash SR securing the turtles already. But Dominix could be in trouble. Exort trying to apply pressure. Bossa swooping right in to provide support. Alright. This is exactly what we've been talking about, right? The coordinations play. We're seeing that way more from Full Sense. When it's Bacon Time's case, like, alright, there's a wipe out moments in the game number 1, but then once again, this is because of mainly, I would say, since the players were, since they cut off with ship's teleportations, right, from Spider Mouse, that set up that and play perfectly, but unfortunately, that happens only once. And then the whole scaling after getting wiped out, and also being the one who trying to retaliate and doing a counter fight, that's not going to go in their favors. I'm not sure what's the casters being there, the decisive moment, 0-3-11 on the top corners there. But alright. Bossa Narak once again. Dominic trying to re-entries. I seeing him probably trying to check in on the bush to check out and look out for Spider Mouse. Oh man, they couldn't afford to get picked off like before. Bacon time, I mean. This time, Gun NC got swooping right in from Porza. Half of the HP is already gone. And then with Flash SR to apply pressures onto the bottom lanes here. They're not trying to cut off the minions right before. Right? Flash SR already with the Spider Mouse. Oh, I see that they try to go all rough waves. That's a lot of damage over there. Nexot taking out Flash SR first. Porza Narak could be the next to fall. Got set up there and B-Boss would take care of him. Alright, Angelina's trying to chasing out and taking out Exort as well. But now I believe Blazing Duet is coming in from Claude and B-Boss taking out Angelina. Alright, great clapbacks by Bacon Times. Now they're 3 ups. Alright. This is what we're talking about, sort of like an in-game adjustment from Bacon Times, right? That need to chase down this one straight up. Let's see, Spider Mouse getting Porza inside. Try to do a counter play here. Angelina with the setups, not cutting onto him. Spider Mouse got swooping in with Sora. B-Boss taking out the turtle first, but another fight's breaking down here. Angelina taking the out of Spider Mouse first. Already rough waves, not connecting onto nobody here. And it seems like now Sora trying dishing out the most damage available to them right now by Dominic, but wouldn't be able to secure any kills. Alright. Oh, Porza got chased by B-Boss straight up, maybe. Oh man. He's trying to chasing down here. Probably Nezir can provide covers right in time, but with the swooping in and that range from Suyo, Porza would get outrun by B-Boss. Interesting to see how Full Sense would make an adjustment this time around once again. I think Spider-Man is already opening up his position. Lovely to see Angelina. I mean, at this point, it's still nothing to be panicked, especially for Full Sense side. The turret has gone already, so I think that the next misplay by either team is going to be quite costly. And now I think that at least like the minion creeps from at the top lanes by Full Sense can be going on quite well as well. Oh, B-Boss trying to put pressures on Porza. That damage from Suyo is so high. Angelina and Dominic try swooping right in. B-Boss already claimed his kill. Oh man, and not managed to take in anyone back. Oh. Alright, let's see here. Nezir got flanked straight up here. Jeet Kundo by Spider Mouse taking him out. Oh man, what a play this was. Flash SR managed to clap back with Kang Kang, but now the first tier on the bottom lanes from Full Sense is now gone. I think Bacon Times make a lot of great adjustment right now. The second turtle is definitely going into their hands. And now I think with Full Sense, even with them trying to capitalize on this, okay, try to group up. I think B-Boss done a great job by trying to be the one to find Porza Narak instead. If we compare it to game number 1, we see that Porza like can just roam and invade like the jungle space for Bacon Times quite easily, right? And that's because Spider Mouse was on ship, whom's not gonna be known for their damage, of course. But then right this time, Porza still trying to resume that aggressions, right? But then now it's B-Boss who managed to cutting him up. Well, Requiem's coming right in, but managed to tanking in the damage here. Angelina taking care of Spider Mouse first. As the only kill of these skirmishes, B-Boss, let's see if whether he would try to capitalize on Porza Narak once again. But Angelina is closing by, but managed to tank in quite a lot of damage here. A lot of damage being dished out by Nezir as well, but couldn't take out B-Boss. Get play over here, and now Porza got caught up. Rough waves trading in. Oh man, that's quite a risky move. Dominic has to rotate to the mid lane to provide support. Kang Kang is probably trying to check in on Flash SR but Spider Mouse is not far from him as well. Yeah, Full Sense has to. I'm not sure whether they can rely on the major fights like they used to, because this time one of the players that's going to be missing is going to be Kaditas, which is now falling into Exalt Hand instead. Oh man, that Blazing Duet from Gun NC, man, almost taking out Borsa Narak once again. Alright, Borsa. How would his adjustment be? I'm also curious to see, and this is another point that I think worth looking out for as well, because we see from his tendency that Borsa is very aggressive and assertive players, right? But how that's going to sound like Flash SR trying to access the back line here. Kang picking fight with Dominic first. B-Boss is already on to this Lord. Oh, Sora, nice setup plays over there by Dominic's side. They're trying to get into the mid laner as well, but Kang taking out the Lord first. Steal this one out for Bacon Times. But now no one has yet to fall, but got chasing down first for Dominic's side, try to diving into the turrets instead, and Flash SR accessing the backline, taking out Gun NC first. The first damage dealer gone now. B-Boss has to clap back by taking him out. Okay, a 1-to-1 trade-off. Now Nazir and Angelina has to taking care of the mid lane. Borsa trying to group up right there. The momentum seems going into a lot for Bacon Time's side. But man, all right, Nazir taking care of this Lord first. Probably not gonna cause them too much troubles. At least they can still maintain quite a lot of the turrets on the outer lanes, but not probably gonna be for long. At this point, like, Bacon Towns would be in control of like the whole game tempos, because when they group up, you know straight up that they're trying to like put an emphasis on securing the turrets. Oh, they got set up over there, Dominic. At least trying to retreat into the safety in time. Yeah, they cannot afford another pick off. I think the next one can be quite costly for Full Sense. For Bacon Time, I think right now, oh man, since the adjustment, and we're seeing that it suddenly become from Bacon Time sides instead. So instead of Borsa Narak having to chasing down Spider Mouse, right now it's B-Boss with Suyo, and of course his ultimate is going to be very much harder to deal with a lot way more tankier. I'm not yet sure on the spells, but it is possible that his items he might try to go for quite a fair share of a tank hybrid build as well. That's the reason why he can sustain himself in a fight way better. Okay, Flash SR. With Angelina. They're trying to hold off. I don't know why. This is the second time that I'm seeing this from game number 1. From the first game, like Bacon Times got a wipe out, right? And they managed to hold on. And I think that this is where what leads to their defeats in game number 1 is because they didn't capitalize on the momentums. So I think they're trying to make that adjustment by having B-Boss being more assertive. So losing the 2 turrets on the top lane, that's going to be costly. But now with the next Lord coming in, oh, Dominic is first to it. Borsa trying to stone out Kang first. And now Full Sense, I think this is what they're going to commit towards. Let's see how Bacon Time is going to respond to this one. But they managed to take out this Lord. And now okay. I mean, this is what we're talking about. The whole Bacon Times. They right now, I felt like when it's late to the mid game, they're not as, their moves and also their playmakings are not as valuable and impactful as the early games, right? So I think that's the picture that they have to sort out if they want to take advantages of their what's the word I was looking for them to take an advantage of their momentums. Angelina chasing down Spider Mouse. Okay, Spider Mouse opening up his position now. Exodus in that bush as well. I think this is a nice read from Bacon Times. But now Full Sense, of course, trying to equalize as much as possible by taking out the second tier on the top lane as well. Let's see, Kang and Exod trying to flank. This is where they're gonna have to put an end to this Lord. Full Sense trying to commit to this fight straight away up. They're possibly trying to look out to get out this the inner turrets here on the top lane as well, committing to the fight here. Spider Mouse is in big trouble. He's got immortality to brought him right up now, and now with the blazing duet as well from Claude. Gun NC trying to stave off Full Sense. Oh man, they're actually losing the inhibitor turrets, and B-Boss picking off Nazir. Bossa might be the next one, but at least with Khalid managed to rotate out in time. Okay, by far quite a fair trade-off here. So I think Full Sense now got a lot of advantage in terms of the playing areas, right? Right now they can just put emphasis on the top jungle. But then this can be said as well, maybe set up from Exod coming in, as well as Sora from Dominic's side, trying to slaving him off and have them put the damage onto the turrets. B-Boss trying to swoop right into the back line, focusing on Angelina as well, and be the first to fall here, as well as claiming Dominic as a double kill here by B-Boss. Now Bossa showdown, and the triple kill by Suyos of B-Boss. What a play that was. Nice call for him to try and accessing that back line first. Right now, without the damaging characters here, Nazir can only do so much for the playbacks. And 3 is down for Full Sense. Gun NC possibly. Okay. Nazir, do as much as possible, taking out the double kill here. Great positioning from from B-Boss as well. He positioning himself like quite well as the times as like the fight taking place within the turret's vicinities for Full Sense, right? And then I believe that from his angles, he's trying to positioning himself like between the outer and inner turret as well. So that's a huge plus. But for some reasons now, I'm not sure why, but I think it's because of the minion wave manipulations here. But it seems like Full Sense still getting the upper hands here, despite that major triple kill from B-Boss. Oh man, I think it's not so much the macro games that Bacon Time is lacking right now, but it's like the momentum capitalizations. How can they gain advantages from their advantage positions? Alright, Full Sense maybe taking out the inner turrets on the middle lane here as well, and now the advanced Lord is already on his way. The inhibitor turret is probably already gone as well. Another move by Dominic from Sora. Exod taking out Flash SR first, and I think Dominic is very close to taking out, but now he got immortality. Gonna get double downs by Kang and Angelina, taking out B-Boss first. Alright, now it's 1 against 1 down from each side here, but not, of course, with the minion creeps not being so much in Full Sense favors. Bacon Time with 4 of them being stick close to the base here, of course, we're still being able to manage the situation, but it's not looking good. It's not looking good for Bacon Time at all. Let's see how Spider Mouse would have tried to approach this fight. Bacon Time and Kang. Oh man, this is. I'm also curious to see how Full Sense would like sort of like snowballs or being assertive of their dominance as well. But right now, in terms of minion waves, pretty much on point. This is something that even I overlooked it here, but I think that the minion waves that Full Sense managed to manage here is sublime. It is part of the reason why they can put so much pressure on Bacon Times, even with brilliant plays from B-Boss. Angelina, this time 5 kills once again. She's probably gonna get another MVP here. What a player. Okay, let's see. Khalid. Bosanarak probably trying to get as much intel as possible. Probably sure. I'm pretty sure he's gonna see Spider Mouse. But right now, the Lord is about to come back in 10 seconds. So right now he's gonna try to pick off another kill here as well. Alright. The Lord here is gonna try to be in the position. Bacon times. This is a do or die moment. They cannot afford another mistake. Spider Mouse swooping right into the bush here. Pumping up fight from Full Sense as well. Knock up coming in. Rough waves straight up from Exort. First and B-Boss was zoning out Dominic as the first kill. Flash SR got picked up over there by 2 and Angelina was taking him out B-Boss as a retaliation. One down instead, but Spider Mouse and Gun and C got staved off by Bosanarak. Full Sense is the one onto the Lord right now. Exort and Spider Mouse trying to looking for an angles here, but not gonna be in time. Angelina taking out this Lord. Oh man, it's hard for me to see how Bacon Time's gonna come back out of this, man. But then once again, I would like to give credit to Spider Mouse as well. Like he was the first one to like initiate a fight, but then managed to come back out of it unscathed so far. But then B-Boss, obviously, I think that the zoning games or sort of like the positioning from Full Sense is also quite immaculate. So I think they caught on very closely that B-Boss probably gonna aim for Angelina, and that's why Dominic can provide such a big support as well as Nazir. Oh man, Bossa on with his antics once again. Lord is coming in to the mid lane here. Gun NC and Kang Spider Mouse as well. Let's see how they can possibly manage this one. Bossa trying to pick it out Kang first. Spider Mouse not gonna let that happen, but now Lord is in, and Kang has already used his CC in straight up as well as Valentina's. Big trouble over here. Flash SR got brought down, but still got Immortality. Exort gonna double down on that kills, and B-Boss sniping out Angelina as well and claiming out Dominic as well. Alright, and now she's trying to chasing down Nazir, and that's gonna be triple kill for B-Boss once again. Oh my days. Bacon Time is still in this game here, and Spider Mouse gonna chase down Bosanarak. Oh man, that's a blunder by Full Sense as well. Not being able to closing out the base. But at least alright, like the inhibitor turrets on the bottom lane is now gone. Oh man, and now Bacon Time is probably trying to clap back as much as possible here. Bossa trying to stave off the attacks. Oh my days, this might be it. Bacon Times. Whoa! Equalized 1-1 games. Oh my days. That's a costly mistake by Full Sense. Woo! Alright, Bacon Time is still in this game. Let's see how this one is gonna go out. Because at first, like, what we see is that there's gonna be players with a lot of experience here, but yeah, man. How come Full Sense couldn't close that one down? This Lord Siege is everything. Right? This is after them. So okay, Blazing Duets already being expensed. Kang, I think because Kang IMU Sora's ultimate, and that's disrupt the whole flows, and that wiped out was so costly because B-Boss right now that dish out damages from yeah, so hot, right? It's getting heat, the competitions here. Oh man, I'm gonna go and pick up some snacks before I faint. But yeah, we're going the full series here straight up for just match number 1 here. So back to you guys soon. What did I miss? So straight up, B Boss, pretty much like a very. I was just say. I think that B Boss might have found like his way of playing in here, because like we're seeing straight up like the impact that he has when he managed to scale this sort of like a tank jungler hybrid. It's the fact that he managed to sustain himself in the fight long enough to like retaliate, or maybe with a great setup from Spider Mouse as well. And I think that Valentina from Kang Kang are also, yeah, that's on point, because we're seeing up that he's copying like Dominic Sora's ultimate straight up as a setup, as a counter setups. And then, yeah, it's crazy how B Boss, like, probably a lot of people, I would say, give questions on him, right? I mean, even me, I was the one who questioning B Boss as well. I mean, I understand how talented he is, but then he's making transition from another MOBA title. But when you see how he managed to adjust, or like with the correct game plan, I just think that this is it. But then that being said, I think this one is also quite a close call. I think Full Sense has being very dominant in terms of the macro games and the positionings for the areas. But yeah, you have to give a huge dub for Bacon Time. They definitely got counter set up, and I think it's because of B Boss as well. Look at that. 13 kills, 4 assists for B Boss. I mean, I always say this, that if Full Sense managed to close down that game and win 2-0, Angelina's probably going to get another MVP. But yeah, all credits to B Boss. It has to be him, isn't it? I'm also interested in how Spider Mouse plays show this game as well. So instead of being the one to roam around, I think he's getting way more. He managed to adjust to becoming a bit more passive, right? And that is exactly what they need, because with Borsanarak's assertiveness, instead of finding out like his players from somewhere else, instead of finding out Spider Mouse, he managed to cut on to B Boss instead, and Suyo is not the one to be contest with, especially in a one-on-one. And when Borsa is also on Khalid, we're probably going to go on a break.
ค่ะ
Oh,
คุณเมย์คะวันนี้มาเชียร์ใครเป็น
อ๋อ
แน่นอนว่าเชียร์เบคอนไทม์ค่ะ แต่
Who
ก่อน
you
อื่น
here
นะคะ
supporting
ข
today?
อเสียงเชียร์เบคอนไทม์หน่อยค่ะ
I'm here to support Bacon Time. Can you please give some voice to Bacon Time fans?
ขอบคุณมากค่ะ แล้วในส่วนของเกมเมื่อกี้เนี่ยมีช็อตไหนที่เรารู้สึกประทับใจเป็นพิเศษไหมคะ
Any
เอาจริงๆว่าต้องบอกว่า
particular
เป็นช็อต
moments
ที่
from
ลืมหาย
the
ใจ
last game?
ตอนจะขึ้นบ้านค่ะ ขอบคุณน้องเบคนะคะ ที่ทำให้พี่มีลมหายใจต่อนะคะ
ขอบคุณ
Of course
มากค่ะ
that
ท่าน
base siege.
สวัสดีค่ะ อันนี้ชื่ออะไรคะ
ชื่อน้ำครับ
อ๋อคุณนะวันนี้มาเชียร์ใครเป็นพิเศษ
มาเชียร์ไฟส้มฟูเซนครับ
And who you come here
และใน
to
ส่วนของ
support?
เก
Well,
มเมื่อกี้
obviously
เนี่ย
Full
รู้สึกยัง
Sense.
ไงบ้าง
He's got the whole kit down.
ทำได้ดีมากนะครับ แต่ก็เอาแก้ใหม่ในเกมที่ 3 ครับ
ขอบคุณ
Right.
มากค่ะ
You're doing all
ก็
very
ขอ
well.
ขอบคุณ
We're probably
ทั้ง
gonna
สอง
have
ท่าน
to
นะคะเดี๋ยวขอส่งต่อ
secure
ต่อไปให้
onwards to the
แคสเตอร์
second
ได้เลย
games.
ค่ะ
Right. That was quite a brief. I think people probably gonna get something out of it as well, huh? But yeah, of course, it has to be, isn't it? It's a major fight. It's a major match, straight up. I'd rather be in the MSL official group. I think this one might be a bit more onwards here. But it has to be approved, so I don't know yet. This one is probably going to be quite a huge and major one as well, because we still got another match coming right up, right? That's going to be it's Wooly Thai against Hydra for the next match. But for this match, I think it's going to be quite of a tone-setting match on who it is who managed to secure this one. Honestly, like, as much as I give all the credits to Bacon Time on the second game, I think that it was a very, very close call. Like, we're talking about like the only moment of mistake from Full Sense, and Bacon Time would manage to capitalize on it. All credits to them. But at the same time, I found that to be a bit of a alarming concern as well. Like, if we're going to, because there's only one team who's going to get the points here today, right? It's going to be 2-1. And with how Bacon Towns play, I think that if Full Sense were to make an adjustment, like, then they are more than likely to secure game number 3. So hopefully we're getting a more even, or maybe, who knows, just some sort of like a tone setting matches as well. I'm gonna try to post it out onto groups and see. To share this one out, hopefully. I almost used. Very interesting here, but I'm still gonna wait for another moment of sort of like adjustments here. All right. Oh, I see that they try to like cool down the phone straight up. Yeah, but then at the same time, it's like you're probably gonna see. I love to see how right now I think Bacon Town managed to make an adjustment, but then Full Sense probably going to counter that game plan as well in game number 3. Yeah, they got Coach Duran. This is almost courtesy at this point. Lee Sun Chin, Basia, and then Jusin and also Marcel got banned straight up. For viewers once again, probably they already seen it from Dominic's how dominant he can be. Right now it seems like the overlays, at least they got everyone's position correctly. Freya, alright, so yeah, this is another portion of the competitions that I think worth mentioning as well. It's going to be the normal band pick. So, I mean, when you look at the Thai MOBA players, you know, especially those who make a transitioning from other MOBA game, right? They go with the global band pick rules here. So in terms of the hero pools, the character pools, they're usually more vast. And by more vast, I mean that it kind of requires them to specialize in a lot more characters. And then you compare that with Mobile Legends, which is now a normal band pick, right? So you can have you can kind of repeat your specialized heroes. And so the pool of your heroes can be narrower because you can focus on more time to train and to compete in a certain heroes. Okay. Seeing a lot of players here. First blood from Angelina. Right, we're seeing a lot of her team comp here from, which has been like sort of like a being relayed onwards, right? So Khalid as well as Harley. Interesting how they go with Harley. If we remember correctly, like I think B-Boss picked Harley in game number 1, right? And that doesn't really goes well for them. But now, oh my days, B-Boss gonna get that Suyo once again, and now they're even trying to secure the exact like team comp. Okay, Show got banned. Let's see if Bacon Time is going to ban Farsa as well. Uranus it is, okay. I think they're trying to go with a ban all of these tanky options in order for Full Sense not to be able to sustain himself in the fight as much. Oh. It's also interesting because when you see a team lose a game, right? And then you see how they bounce back in game number 2, you kind of think about the momentums and how they dealt with defeat. Oh, Bossa. What's the matter, man? Okay, Harith got banned. I think it's the same setup plays that Full Sense probably gonna try to deny them. Right now, I'm gonna just try to get in touch with everyone.
The night sky tells all. Your team is picking.
All right. Carrie's being picked, so obviously another players for here for Nezia probably. I mean, it's quite impactful from game number 1, but then also how can you possibly carry that on out when you're trying to. สวัสดีครับพี่ชาย Kateri Tournaments สวัสดีครับ Thank you very much สวัสดีนะครับ คึกคักเลย Full Series ตั้งแต่เกมแรก Alright, let's see. This time Angelina's with Kadita once again, so Rough Way is probably going to have lots of impacts, especially in the fight skirmishes. Okay. หน้าคุ้นๆนะครับเนี่ย Possibly นะเป็นไปได้ And then Martis and Katokacha by Bacon Time. This is a very impeccable team comp from Bacon Time here, I'm not gonna lie. A lot of setups, obviously, and then also I think they managed to solve out their main, I would say their main concerns, which is probably gonna be getting picked out of early. So almost like I would say at least with Katokacha and then also with Suyo even. They're now going to be have a bit more of a chance to sustain himself here. Let's see. Who's the pick for Dominic? What? Alice? Interesting. Wait, no way. Dominic on Alice? That's crazy. I'd love to see how this one plays out as well. Bacon time. Yeah, they just at first like people may probably have heard about like how Bacon time is actually heard about them playing as a roamer as well, right? But then because when the roster was revealed for Bacon time, we're seeing that it actually the first two of the reveals were actually B-Boss and then also Muwan, who is like Bacon time's veteran players, you know, accomplished so much with the teams. But then afterwards, like everyone just thought that, oh yeah, because he was one of MLBB ambassadors as well, he's probably going to be like the main goal laner. But as it turns out, that would go to Gun NZ instead. Whom, alright, he's very talented as well. And I think it's very crazy to see Pausana Rock got caught on straight away. Oh man, it's starting to get predictable here. no from Spider Mouse as well. Okay. Flash SR, B-Boss once again with the contest. I'm very curious why does he picked with the Harley this time for Flash. This is a lot of adjustment for Full Sense, so I think a lot of it would come down to how we can manage to like solve this one. Dominic got caught in drawing in a bit of those skills, of those mana from Bacon times. A contest straight up. I think it's going to be an adjustment that we already seen Bacon times like made in game number 2, which improves their odds a lot. And I'm talking about like them trying to zoning out Pausana Rock, scoping right in, has to do flicker straight up. Damn, Spider-Man and Exort. They're starting to bully my guy. And then with Angelina, probably have to be less assertive, Barca, or at the very least, like trying to be more calculative about it, you know. But Spider Mouse now quite on a low HP. Barca is swooping right in with Flash SR for the first blood to Full Sense. Nice timing there. Zoning out Spider Mouse first as the first blood, diving into the turret as well. Not even 2 minutes in. Oh, Nazir got ganked by B-Boss and Gun NZ. Barca at least taking that into account. But the turtle is now spawned at the top jungle. Alice from Dominic's probably trying to clear it out with Kang Sora as fast as possible, because he's gonna need to supply all this damage to his friends as well. Spider Mouse walking past Dominic straight up, trying to accessing the back line straight away. CC immune first, and B-Boss will slaying the turtles. Flash SR got zoning out by Kang and chased down as well as a payback. Barca could be the next to fall. But then once again, Bacon time chooses not to commit. They got the turtle right now, and I think that the progressions for the minion waves is probably going to be quite costly as well. So that's probably going to be what they're trying to capitalize on. Dominic? Barca straight up. I see Dominic trying to position himself to cut off the minion creep, the minion wave a bit early. I think that was part of the key reason why like Full Sense managed to almost closing down game number 2 as well. Nazir, but already with the positioning open up by Gun NZ and Spider Mouse as well. Barca get called over, probably not gonna commit to a fight yet, but of course that can keep Nazir within the turret vicinity, and that's gonna allow Bacon times to secure all this positioning within the bottom turrets. B-Boss probably already caught up onto Angelina being in that bush. Spider Mouse with the one to scout and recheck. B-Boss. Oh, Barca got nicked by that damage from Exort. That could be deadly. Okay, the second turtle's coming right in. Bacon time is already one step ahead this time. Nazir and Barca having to solving out the minion wave first. So that's going to call into Bacon time with no contest whatsoever from Full Sense. Bossa Narak got caught out by Gun NC Spree of Destruction. Dominic looking for a trade-off, ditching all this damage from Nazir as well to Gun NC. Spider Mouse trying to retaliate, but that would be it probably. Dominic have to switch to the bottom lane as well here, so right now I think that's gonna give Kang Soras all the room to roam in the top lane here. At least like Flash SR with Harley was still on to him here, but I think B-Boss is trying to gank him out as well and flanking him out like this with Suyo and slaying out Flash SR. Angelina's trying to cut onto the playback here with rough waves and taking out B-Boss as well. Kang probably already alert to the commotions, but now it's 2 against 2. Bossa eyeing down Spider Mouse. Dominic's right behind them. Nazir pushing the minion waves already into the turrets. Gun NC is probably gonna give all this sort of picks straight up. But with a pick of a Moskov, I have to say, because like he got this passive where it's kind of stacked up the damage between minion waves, right? So let's say if the first minions in the who's sitting at front got damage first, the second one would get like sort of like a multiplying damage. So I think that's lovely and probably could help them with a lot of minion waves progression as well. Spider Mouse swooping right in, flanking into here with Spider Mouse. All the objectives going into Bacon time so far. At the very least, like Full Sense financial status is only like 1k differences. Flash SR, nah, finding out Kang. Meanwhile, Dominic's probably going to be the one who, like, kind of, I would say, trying to participate in the team's rotations. I'm not sure who's the shot caller here as well. I would love to learn about this dynamic, but now Bossa has to use ultimates to getting out of that ambush instead, and now he's trying to clap back to Spider Mouse, but Katogasha, obviously, we already talked about this, it's going to be way too tanky for him to solo. Bacon times with the third turtle, most likely gonna get taken out. Angelina's potentially looking for a steal, but B-Boss would shut that out. Dominic, I'm seeing Full Sense being a bit more placid here. Like they're not as assertive as before, especially Bossa. I believe that like probably because of that early, I would say, pressure from Exort and Spider Mouse, Gun NC get to push this minion and possibly taking out the outer turrets, but now he got flanked out first by Exort, taking out Bossa. Oh my days, this is disastrous for Full Sense here, losing the turret as well as Bossa, and a minion is still on roll. Gun NC could going for another turret as well. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Dominic trying to keep this one away from Angelina as well as Spider Mouse. Already looking for an entries, but of course Avatar of the Guardians would only be reserved for the big fights. B-Boss got flanked over. Dominic is in big trouble and he knows that. Flicker out instantly. Bacon time seems to have the confidence back now, not to mention the momentums and also the financial progressions here. They're now on 3k differences. Alright then. 3 of them already on. Kang, Exort, and B-Boss. Swooping right inside, invading the jungle creep from Full Sense as well. Oh, now they managed to cut on to the minion waves here. Beautifully done by Bacon times. Flash SR can only look. Flash Bossa trying to swooping right in with Sandstorm. Caught on to nobody. Bacon times would disengage. And now trying to flanking right back to the mid lanes here, putting pressures onto Dominic. Exort. This time we could see him using it to copy. With the Valentina pick, we can see him copying on towards Rough Wave as well. And that's going to be deadly. Bossa already got shipped half of his HP gone. Bacon time's probably going to securing this Lord straight up. But Dominic and Bossa are not going to let that be easy. Every single one is already in the position for Bacon times. Spider Mouse taking in control of the 2 butchers. Full Sense is trying to flanking right inside as well. They know that this Lord is going to take time as well as resources from Bacon Time to secure Spider-Man, trying to divert their attentions first as well as Exhaust. Zoning right in with Dominic, probably initiating a big fight soon. Full Sense trying to stack up right in the channels here, and Dominic always swooping right in. Rough Whips coming right in, and Flash SR hijack out this Lord, and Exhaust have to take it out Barca as a payback. Immaculate timing by Full Sense over there. Okay. Look at that. Like, I wish there was a replay, like a real-time replay here, but look at how patient Full Sense has been, especially for how they're trying to like secure this Lord. Angelina, Dominic this time searching onto Kang Kang and Spider-Mouse, very confident that his allies would be able to out-sustaining them, but now he's trying to flanking right into Gun NC. Have to look out for the Spear of Destruction as well, but I think it's a great call by Dominic to try to, I would say, giving out the spaces for Lords to pushing as deep as they can into the mid lane turrets, but now Flash SR got taken out first over there. And now they're trying to chasing down Nazir and Barca as well. Full Sense is on the back foot. B-Bot trying to chase him down. But now with Stuyo's skills already on the depletion, trying to dish out more damage onto Barca, be able to sustain them. Dominic's already flanking right back in with Angelina for the rotation. Alright. Gun NCs, they're trying to go for the split push here. Bacon Times have all the advantages with all the, I would say, goal differences, obviously. But then also the minion waste manipulations, which they managed to set up first from Moskov that Gun NC managed to pick out as well. Looking to get into another position. I mean, after the match upward shift from Barca trying to pick off Spider-Mouse to him like always keeping up with B-Boss Stuyo, I think that's a major differences, because right now he cannot just dish out damage and like sort of like call off his teammates to do a solo kill anymore. And now Flash SR still with an impactful plays over there by stealing the turtles, but of course still have to look out for another ganking moments by Bacon Times. Letting the progressions to the late games, I would say, would probably put both teams on an equal foot, especially with the damage output. But then once again, Exhaust with Valentina, this can be quite deadly because look, Sandstorm from Khalid or Rough Waves from Kadita. Angelina, I think B-Boss caught on to her positioning, but then Spider-Mouse try to pick fight with Dominic and Barca. That rotations could cut off by Gun NC, but Barca also knows that and try to zoning out the area. But now they're not going to be able to kind of securing this turtle in time. Flashes once again got picked off by B-Boss. Another times that Full Sense have to go into the Lord battles with a one player down. Bacon Times probably they're not gonna let Full Sense steal this one once again. B-Boss gonna be the first to the scene. Spider-Mouse as well as Exhaust trying to provide surveillance to the areas, of course, with all these bushes. And this time no contents whatsoever from Full Sense. They can only try to regroup, and then I think trying to, at the very least, like manipulate the minion waves. But of course, Spider-Mouse trying to cut it off early this time, especially on the bottom lane now with Moskov from Gun NC. Spider-Mouse trying to find out infos, finding out 3 within Flash, within Full Sense jungler. Gun NC taking out as the inner turrets on the bottom lane as well. Trying to solo out from Spider-Mouse against Barca. I really love it, you know, with all these stickers as well as the bantering here. This is exactly what we need in MOBA scene in Thailand. Alright, that minion waves already onto the inhibitor turrets on the bottom lane for Full Sense. This game is very much different from the first two, I have to admit. Spear of Destruction. Angelina, oh, there it goes. Rough Waves already being dispensed and not cutting on to Exhaust. It was a great timing as well as a calling from Bacon Time's side here. They're trying to pushing on to this lot as much as possible. And of course, trying to going in for the kill straight away. Dominic is inside over there, but the one with the less HP is going to be Spider Mars, but Immortality got brought up. Exhaust once again with Kang, this time at the setup. And now Dominic trying to divert his attention away from his teammate. Flash SR taking out Exhaust first. So it's a trade on 1v1, and Flash and Full Sense will still manage to secure these turrets. Dominic trying to blink right inside. Chasing now B-Boss, but now half the HP gone, as well as Kang. Bossa. Gonna try to do some proper greetings over there, but I see that Kang's also quite on a low HP, and Bossa is not gonna stop at any time soon. If he does, probably Spider-Man could have chimed in. Once again, one thing that Bacon's managed to actually make a lot of improvement and adjustment on from the first two games, right, is actually how they manage their mid games. I think that they can find all these action items to kind of sort of like assert their dominance and trying to keep the momentums going. Kang a bit too deep over there. Bossa caught him onto the back, as well as Nezir as his main targets. Nezir taking out B-Boss first, and then Kang as well as a double kill. Spider-Man have to shut him down. And Avatar of the Guardian to disengage. Dominic is always on his back here, but Exhaust managed to provide cover. Oh man. I was about to say that Bacon Towns can actually kind of hold themselves in the mid games and kind of securing all of this advantageous positionings. So very lovely to see how this one would goes out. For Full Sense, I think this is a test like no other two games from before. I mean, even in game number 2, we can give them some grace by saying that it's only one major mistake that cost them the game. But for this one, I think it's going to be quite sharp. Bossa trying to be on the forefront straight up. And now, I believe, use Untangible over there, trying to capitalize on this effect. Flashes are already securing onto this Lord, and Gun NC will take him out as a payback. Flashes are got chasing down by Gun NC as well. Oh my days. Moskov is online. Lord is already being dispensed onto the top lane. Spider-Man is in big trouble. Got dash, dishing out a lot of damage from Nezir. Another kill by the gold laners here from Full Sense. B-Boss, a lot of damage as well, trying to cut onto the backline instead. Got CC immunes as a way to get out there by Kang. And then Dominic with B-Boss still onwards, and Gun NC securing that kills out with the range from Moskov, and then as well with the double kill by Angelina. Oh my days, and now Bacon Times, even without securing the Lord, right now they're only down by Dominic's here. With only a creeps up incoming, Bacon Time would taken out this game, a reverse sweep 2-1. What a play that was. Oh man. This is lovely to see for Bacon Times. Obviously a fair share of people doubt them and with the, I would say, quite a disastrous game number 1. Yeah. For Full Sense, I think that second game's losing was quite costly. But now, of course, let's see a bit of a meet-up here. Bossa, once again, with all the fellow ties. And then, of course, with the players, other players as well. I'm so glad to see that all these players, like, because many of them are actually being, like, I would say, quite away from the competitive scenes, like, quite early. Like for Bossa, for example, it's been years since he last like in the pro scenes competitions like this. But now if we look at the fight onwards, as we can see from the time markers, already on to late games, right? And we see that both Full Sense as well as Bacon Times, like they have all this great callings for the team fights, but then the scaling from Bacon Time this time around, they managed to like secure their advantages and also dominance. Okay, team interview.
That was an amazing play. How do you feel about your last match?
Is that Gun NZ? Spider Mouse over there. Spider Mouse? Sorry.
Actually, I just enjoyed the last match and I keep on
Let's see if I can increase a bit of a volume here. Whoops. What? He blanked. He straight up blanked.
I just enjoyed the game.
Yeah, he enjoyed it.
Thank you so much. คุณกัน NC มีอะไรอยากจะบอกทีมที่กำลังจะมาเจอเราไหม
Alright, gonna see any things for the upcoming teams who are going to go up against you?
ทีมผมดาวโหด
ขอบ
Hey,
คุณทั้งสองคนมากค่ะ
my
เดี๋ยวขอ
team
ส่ง
got
ต่
a
อ
solid
ให้กับ
draft.
ได้เลยค่ะ
Say it, Gun NZ. Alright, full series, first ever match here in MSL Thailand. So yeah, very much appreciate it. Bacon Times, I think they managed to deal with adversaries quite well, especially like after a drawbacks from the first game. Even in the second game, they're repeating the same mistakes, but like I think that they managed to capitalize on at the very last moment, and that momentum sort of carried onwards to MC, right? อยากได้เฟสปาเป็น MC ครับผม อยากเป็นเหมือนกัน อยากเป็นเหมือนกัน but MVP in this game ครับการ NC brilliantly play with Moskov อยากเป็นเหมือนกันครับ MC that would be great เลยนะแบบ at the very least like ถ้าไม่ใช่แคสเตอร์ก็ MC อะ of course I think it's a fact that got NC Moskov can stay off deathless like with zero death. I think that's a major point that kind of keep Bacon Times always in the game. So even with full sense MC เฮ้ยยังไงนะอันนี้ insight ป่ะเนี่ย insight แบบบอกได้ป่ะเนี่ยในแชทอย่างนี้ จะจัดเหรอจะจัดแน่ๆใช่ไหมเห็นตอนแรกแบบตั้งแต่คุยกับพี่หินบอกว่ายังอยู่กับยังไม่คอนเฟิร์มยังไม่คอนเฟิร์มอีกเกมนึงกับเกมฟุตบอลใช่ไหมนี่ไงยังไม่รู้เฮ้ยแต่เอาจริงๆแล้วแคสเตอร์ถ้าเป็นไปได้ยังไงก็อยากพากมากกว่าแล้วยิ่งถ้าเกิดว่าจะมาคอมมิตกับ MLBB อ่ะน่าจะแบบอีกเกมหนึ่งน่าจะต้องถอยแบบ 100% น่าจะต้องไปแล้วไม่น่าจะได้โอกาสภาคอีกแต่นั่นแหละขอบคุณมากๆคุณมากๆมาเผยไต่กันก่อนฝากตัวด้วย MC ก็ได้นะเมื่อกี้นี้ต่อให้บอกว่าแคสเตอร์เป็นหลักใช่แบบเขามาคู่กันอยู่แล้วอะใช่ป่ะแบบสปอนเจ้าเนี้ยก็เลยแบบว่าไม่รู้ยังไงเหมือนกันแต่ว่าคือการที่บอกว่าเป็นพาร์ทเนอร์อย่างเงี้ยแปลว่าไม่ได้แปลว่าเขามาทำแบบเอ็กซ์คลูซีฟใช่ป่ะไม่ได้แปลว่าแบบอีกค่ายเข้าไปทำทัวร์ไม่ได้ถูกต้องป่ะเขาก็พาร์ทเนอร์กันได้ก็ดีที่สุดแบบเหมือนอย่างไอมิงกะลาบาป่ะBacon Time victory of course another great performance by Bacon Times and I would give a lot of credits to Gun NC this time around right I mean this time B-Boss yeah I think Kitsuyo got figured out but very much so มิงกะลาใช่ก็เลยแต่ว่าก็คือหลักๆอ่ะคือค่ายเขียวจัดได้ใช่ไหมหรือว่าไม่ได้เนี่ยคือแบบว่าสงสัยว่าพอเขาขึ้นว่าเป็นแบบเป็น official partner อ่ะก็นั่นแหละแต่ว่าเฮ้ยยินดีมากแบบจะเป็นแคสเตอร์ก็ได้หรือว่าเป็น MC ยิ่งดีAlright, so that would be game number 1 here. Probably the major matches already settled down. หมายถึงเกมนั้นใช่ไหมเข้าใจละขอโทษเบอร์ ได้ฝากตัวด้วย ฝากตัวด้วยสำหรับงาน แต่ดีลมันก็น่าจะต่างกันนะ Right, let's see.เอาเลย อันนี้ต้องให้หัดนะ ก็ถ้าอีกภาษาหนึ่งต้องให้หัด ส่วนภาษาอังกฤษก็เนี่ยแหละ แต่ว่าอยากลองภาคด้วยนี่ก็มีหลายคนเขาก็แบบเข้ามาแบบมันถึงหลายคนในวงการเข้ามาแบบว่าเฮ้ยเนี่ยยูทำอยู่เนี่ยแบบไม่มีใครทำเหมือนยูเลยยูแบบทำต่อไปนะอะไรเงี้ยก็เป็นกำลังใจ ขอบคุณมาก 20 minutes. Possibly. อะไรทำดีกว่า วันนี้ yeah, I mean, probably we got no more teams, Filipino talents here, with Filipino talents, right? So, yeah, probably that's gonna be it for Bacon time. Let's see if there's anything that I can give you guys onward here. This is probably gonna be the live streams where I give you guys like the updated roster as well, right? How about that? How does that sound? Let's see if I can pull up stuff. We're gonna find.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay
Oh man, that part where the oh man, yeah, that shouldn't be the case.
ร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีม
These are honest mistakes, you know. People make mistakes.
ต้อง
Shouldn't do that.
Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
I try to search through in the commentary. Interesting. I'm gonna try to look for stuff to do, okay? So you can keep this. I'm probably gonna mute this one first. And then, yeah. That's a Facebook. I'm gonna try to find like the official roster for the entire 10 games, eh? Barca. MSL Thailand. Well. All right, 15 minutes to go. I'm probably gonna go through the whole lineups. Photo as well. Everyone is more than welcome here. Okay, I think it's safe to say that we can begin with like a like a live streams with like a whoop. Hopefully you guys can see my screen here, but this is probably what we're going to be doing up until the games come, right? So, right, we got Buriram United Esport rosters, right? It's actually one of the first time here, as we have already seen it here, that we're going to look at the updated rosters, because from the first episode that I've ever doing this Know Your MSL Thailand teams, my first ever episode was for Buriram, right? And because they were one of the first team to announce their roster. But then the thing about it is there's actually more updated on this, especially in the mid lane. So pretty much everything is as they were. They were led by the Roamer 0367, formerly known as MC Mink as well, if you guys were in the Challenge Cup Mekong Kong from season 2 onwards. And then he's going to be paired up with, of course, IZ in the goal lane. Like these are the two OG IDNS roster that won MSC 2017, right? And then you got the jungler, Lois, who's former IDNS as well, but he's not with the MSC champion roster. I think he joined in like a couple of years later from the first two. And then they got Naragon and Murphy, or Murphy, right? Naragon in XP lane and Murphy in the mid lane. So these two are actually, I've seen them pair up with 0367 and IZ from the School Days roster that eventually got moved to KOG, King of Gamers, another MSL Thailand team as well, and then to Made in Thailand. So that was the originally announced rosters, right? Of course, with Trequartista, our coach here. So actually, there's another insight here, and maybe people probably gonna say that, okay, Buriram have two IDNS former players, right, from the MSC champion rosters. But what if I tell you that there's actually another MSC champions player in that squad as well, but he's not being talked about enough, and that gonna be Hack. I'm not sure if I can find pictures of him. His picture is probably in the official BRU rosters from the first time. Hack is, I believe, the substitute player in that IDNS roster that won MSC champions, and ever since M Challenge Cup already, like since season 2 in 2023, he has already becomes this turn to become a team manager instead. So that was the whole point. Technically, there's 3 members of IDNS rosters, right? So we have the players with so much experience as a player. We're talking like almost 7 or 8 years of experience. And then also in terms of how to manage an MLBB teams, how to deal with pressure, and also with all this administrativeness. I think that Hack is quite a great addition to BRU as well. And then that would be the case, and my Know Your MSL Thailand clip would have stands if not for the arrival of this man. I'm not sure if I can see the cursor, probably. Can we do some sort of like a point? Okay, so here, Aki, right? Aki, the mid laners here, he's from Laos, and his additions makes it so that in every single MSL Thailand teams, right? In every single teams, there's foreign players, which is quite massive, and I love that a lot. So Aki would be the mid laners to join from, I believe, Leon Esports. Sorry, I haven't got my facts completely checked or prepped up for this live, but yes, that's Aki. I think he would be very strong contentions for the mid lane, and also, if I were to be honest, I think that he might triumph over Murphy and be the starting mid laners. This is Leon Esports mid laners whom won M Challenge Cup Mekong Kong season 6, competed in Wildcard M7 as well, and this would be his reunion with Trequartista as well. So very much so, this is going to be very interesting matchup and addition as well, because we're talking about having the sort of qualities and I would say experience, you know, in the mid lane to sort of like hold themselves off. I'm not sure yet how would each team's like kind of that what are sort of their play styles mainly, or what are their main contributions towards the team, right? And now, pardon me, let me see how many minutes we have left. 10 minutes. Okay. So 10 minutes it is for until the times come. I'm going to stay here on the roster review. So there we go. 0367 and IC OG IDNS rosters, and then with Lois, very much one of the most skillful jungler and also OG MLBB players as well. Naragon and Murphy would be a great additions to round out the rosters, but then with the upcoming of Agi, I think that right now BRUs have like easily like the region's top players in almost every single positions. Might be a bit of a question marks on Naragon, but I'm quite optimistic as well about his performance. So there we go, and of course Trequartista. I mean, if we talk about Thai MLBB coaches, we have to understand that like even Noel from Bacon Times, whom we have just watched, like he's actually formerly coach for another MOBA game, right? So he's making a transition about that as well. He's making a debut in MLBB as well. But now you're gonna have to compare that to someone who's a Thai coach as well, who's like have got this experience to compete already in the international stage, right? And I think that his knowledge, his decision making, that would come in very quite handy for Buriram. Yeah, that's my verdict for Buriram. Yeah, there's no Buriram match yet for today's match day, so probably have to wait. Now let's see Solix. Solix, interestingly, first of all, such a high squad depth, because we're looking at an 8 overall rosters and players here. They got 2 in a substitute from my understanding. So at first we have here, of course, me, Mark. Okay, let's start off at the beginning by, as I mentioned, that Solix was a newly formed team, right? But in all honesty, like we have learned about Tenacity, right, and how they're actually like a move over. They were actually reassembled from Talon's departures. But then you look at also, there's actually another team that are encountering into the similar sense, and that is going to be Solix here. Like they're actually going through the same situations as Tenacity, because in case you don't know, Solix used to be like come by teams called, it's usually the team that's go by the name PSG Esports, right? And yes, PSG Esports is Paris Saint-Germain, the football team. So they also in esports presence as well. They take the rosters take the slots for the MOBA competition, the professional MOBA league here in Thailand for years, right? And then there was also a departures. But this time, from my understanding, it's the entirely 100% departures. Like they just left the franchise completely. But then Solix was also founded and then taking in the rosters of that MOBA game within as well. So yeah, that's the reason why, as much as being a new team, Solix probably gonna have quite a fair share of fan base as well from their earlier renditions of the match. And then we probably have to keep sticking with the whole about fan base stuff, because okay, yes, Solix for another MOBA games they're probably set in terms of fan base and also followers, but then you have to also mentioning that for MLBBs being the completely new teams here, like they're gonna need some ways to end as sort of like an entry to the franchise, to the league, right? So we can see here that Solix choose to go with the OG rosters from a team called IT City Bacon, right? IT City Bacon. Now you may ask, why does the teams now seem familiar, right? That's because IT City Bacon is the predecessor of Bacon Time. So yes, Bacon Time is also another MSL Thailand teams here. These are the OG rosters, the OG players who play for Bacon Times before, or at least before it's being Bacon Times as we know nowadays. So these are very much experienced and also so much of old timers for the players here. Of course, we have Sherry. I would like to bring your attention to the gentleman to our utmost left here, Sherry. So he is going to be the team captain, right? And pretty much very much experienced. He's been the captain since the OG rosters for IT City Bacon now. He's going to be in XP lane. And then we also have the Mark as a mid laner, Moz as a roamer, and then Remix and 007X as well as the OG rosters from that time onwards. So yeah, this is a reunion that was like almost 10 years in the making here. And if I understand correctly, when it's come to like the team roster management here, they're going to combine force with, of course, Chao Chao here, the gold laners, who has been competing in other MOBA games before and has been kind of like traveled aboard on other several MOBA games. But then, as well as, I would say, sorry, I don't see Sixy. It is possible that Sixy is not here anymore. I've just realized that. Okay, so Sixy is gone. In Spectre is going to be the Laotian jungler here and possibly going to be the starter right away. And then probably Remix has been officially announced as a substitute player. Same goes for 007X. So yeah, I think that for Solix we can expect to see the roster of Sherry, Mark, Chao Chao, Moss, and then Spectre. And then we also have Coach Kazin. So I think it's a very optimistic sort of like an optimistic outlook for Soul Leagues. 3 minutes into it. Yeah. For Soul Leagues, of course. But at the same time, it's very interesting to see how this one turns out, right? Because, okay, many of these players, I would say namely Remix and Marks and Sherry as well, like they're actually captivated and being live streaming Mobile Legends for quite some time. But still, it's been so long since the last time competing. And also, they are also moved over and transitioning from another MOBA game as well. So I'm really curious to see how Solix would perform here, or how would they try to rely on the OG MLBB experience as well. Because as it stands, I think there's only Spectre whom were the original MLBB players, and Kazin, whom unfortunately I'm not having too much of an info on him. But from my understanding, like he's probably the Filipinos coach, right? So yeah, that's probably the only original MLBB experience that Solix is going to have. For the rest of the rosters, I think that they have to rely on the experience, and I think possibly skill plays. Yes, they were dominant at one point. They have great success internationally, but it's been years since then, right? We have to give this an actual point of consideration. So pretty much look out forward for Solix. I still think that they're going to be able to compete, but when you compare that to all of these rosters they're trying to utilize on Filipinos players as well as the rosters as well, yeah, Solix is not as I'm not being as optimistic about Solix, but no offense to them, obviously. Like, I'm wishing them all nothing but the best. I think that it's so great that we're seeing different profiles and different stories, of players being put into it here and for MSL Thailand Season 1. Alright, so that would be Solix. They also have a match today as well, against KOG, I believe, and wow. Yeah, that would be rough. KOG, I think Solix is capable of securing a scores, but I'm not sure if it's against KOG. They have such an experienced MLBB players. The truth is, they were in similar case to Full Sense, where they only got Hugo, whom make a transitioning towards MLBB, right? But then you combine that with the two Thai players, right? 33 and then also Nile. These two were like always within the compound of of the IDNS roster. So 33 was another members from the OG roster that won MSC champions, and 9 also been with the team and also be within the assembles for quite a long time. And then you're going to compare that to another Filipino duo, so they picked on, so they got Payen and Kazin, not Kazin like the coach, but Kazin, these are all native, original MLBB experience, and I just think that hey, KOG is another team to look out for here, definitely. Like I understand that they might not be as appealing, their Filipinos talents might not have as much of a big profiles when you compare to Spider Mouse or Dominic, right? But then I'm genuinely convinced that KOG can actually be quite a dark horse in this tournament. I'm not even sure, it's even feel wrong to say this because there's such a teams with a high calibers of player in 33, right? But I think a lot of people wrote them off. So that is it for Solix. Let's see if the rosters come yet. I'm probably gonna have to get this one out first. Can I check on to the live streams in any way, shape, or form? Can I check on to? All right. I'm not sure yet how to enter a green screen, a full screen. Sorry. Is it function M? A green screen, a full screen. Sorry.
I think I know
Is
now.
it? Yep. There we go. Please tell me if the volume is too high, right? But then it seems like we're about to heading into match number 2 now. So Hydra against Wali Thai. Not sure if there's still going to be any players on board here with us. Solix as well. I'm probably coming back to do a cover on the rest of the rosters here, but apart from those two teams that I've just mentioned, Buriram and also Solix, the rest of the episodes was actually coming right after the roster was already locked. So yeah. Okay.
Official telecommunication partner True 5G. Official gaming phone by Infinix.
Lovely to see.
Official sponsor by Richman Shop. Official gaming chair partner DX Racer.
You cannot mention Bangkok without เจ้าพระยา River.
วันนี้สำหรับ Hydra Esport พบกับวลีชัย Esport ถ้าพร้อมแล้วยังไงขอส่งต่อให้กับแคสเตอร์ของเราได้เลยค่ะ
Hydra against Wali Thai it is for match number 2. I'm not sure how people is going to keep watching either, because I understand that these two teams no longer have Filipinos imports, right? But I still think that this is a very much match to look out for. I think both Wali Thai and also for Hydra, a very interesting match of this time around. For Hydra, this is a team that I understand that they might be young and a bit inexperienced, but at the same time, this roster has been together for quite a long time now. So, just a quick background, but the rosters for Hydra actually moved over from DR Evolution, right? And they have been sort of like keep on this rosters throughout like the whole years. They competed in local and sort of like a community tournaments beforehand. Back in 2025. I'm pretty sure that they also won like either like the third or the second place of a regional and provincial competition as well. So this time around, like when you're trying to divert it back, when Hydra comes knocking, right, the whole roster just moved. And I think this will be another interesting one to look out for. And then in case of Valley Thai, right? Okay. For Valley Thai, I understand that this is a team that won by open qualifiers, but their players are arguably, I would say, might have more experience competing than Hydra. I cannot run like the whole days by in reality, but from what I know is that Valley Thai has actually got like the core Thai players being Ling Si as well as Katti Naru. So these two players actually play in MCCM for quite a long time now, right? And I think it's very interesting how this one is going to turn out. Okay. So how does having what does a team is going to establish the standards for MSL Thailand Season 1? And they're looking to getting into top 3, obviously. Firstly, Alcon also mentioning about like being a young players and getting the chance to compete on the equal ground in MSL Thailand Season 1 as well. And also for the expectation for Hydra as well, they're expected to make it to the playoffs. That's the interview. Okay, for Valley Thai. All the Thai teams want to be the world champions at one point. That's Gal. Okay, we have made a lot of preparations. We've been working really hard for this. Ling Si said that he wants to be able to compete with the international teams. And now, of course, Cha James is going to mention about how being a Thai players, we are capable of like to compete and to hold off ourselves against like the foreigner players. Okay, so that's the interview by both Hydra as well as Valley Thai. Lovely to see. So this is going to be the casters once again. We're talking about Wawa Gamer, right, to the leftmost, and then as well as Bird 5 Star. So for Wawa, I'm not sure if it's Wawa Gaming or Wawa Gamers, but Wawa, alright? So he has been MLBB creators for years now. I still remember back in the days when I cast in M Challenge Cup Mekong Season 2. So I cast in English, right? But there's a simultaneously Thai casting going on at the same time, and it's actually being done by Wawa Gamer himself. So yeah, it's lovely to see him here as the official Thai casters. And then also in the middle, with glasses, that's going to be Bird 5 Star as well. So another prolific casters, very talented, been casting so many games as well, and he's been on a roll with MLBBs right now, hosting all of this regional community, you can say sort of like a viewers matches live on TikTok. And then you also have to the right far most is going to be Dr. Marks, and now on this deck, panel decks, I believe he is the analyst. There we go, Hydra, the Laos mid laner Yuri, Watson as well. So in case of both of these two teams here, this is the same cases here where we're looking at one Lao players, you know, and being surrounded and also being supported by 4 Thai players here for Hydra. In case of Hydra here, of course, Yuri is also like their team captains as well, and actually been competing with them, as I mentioned, with the Evolutions for years now. So yeah, I'm so glad that they were picked as like the rosters for Hydra, and that they get the chance to compete. Let's see, Hydra. Oh my days! It's so glad to see Hydra is this sort of like a organizations that you can say that they are very resilient. They're not at the most time. They're not going to be like in the podiums, as I mentioned. They're not going to be on the world stage, but they always try their best, and they always commit to their models of like developing young players, which I admire a lot, right? And now Valley Thai. Ooh. Damn, I just realized something. Cha James is quite tall. I've never seen all these players in person, but damn, Cha James is tall. There we go, Gal, the gold laner from Laos. He's with 189 Esports back in M Challenge Cup Mekong Season 3 for Gal, and yes, he's very much experienced. His 189 Esports actually was the runner-up in Laos National Championship in 2025. Where they lost out to Leons, and as a result, I'm not even sure if they get the chance to compete in M Challenge Cup Mekong Season 6 or not. But like, yeah, basically the whole during the whole tournaments, like it was Leon who pretty much dominates here. So that's the reason why they made it to wildcard stage of M7. So all the credits to Coach Trev Batista from Buriram as well. And now, yes, finally the coach here. Coach Omsin from Hydra side, and then of course Mikasa from Valley Thai. Coach Mikasa, obviously, in case that many of players might not be might not be aware, but yes, there's a lot of players here who going to compete. For Mikasa, he's actually used to be a pro player and also coach for a PC MOBA games. Okay, I'm pretty sure you guys can figure it out which one we're talking about here. But yes, his journey is pretty much very much like Coach Zephyr from Alter Ego, right? We're talking about someone who's like having a whole mindset and also sort of experience, the knowledge, and I would say the thinking plans from a different games, and now he has to like convert it to MLBB instead. So I'm pretty much looking forward to this as well. Each team sort of have this sort of unique storylines for them, right? Okay, I believe that's Outcon, Yuri, maybe BLC, Hydra, obviously. This is nothing news to them. They have been competing together as a rosters for years now. Okay, they seem to be in high spirit. It's great to see. Let's see how Hydra would have set their tones early on in this match. Then, oh, okay, one Valley Thai fans over here. That could be Katty Haru, but or not. I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, basically, Valley Thais also have one substitution in Katty Haru, and actually he was formerly the coach. Oh, GLS has spotted. G spotted, so he actually made it to support his friend Mikasa. Okay. So in case you guys don't know who he is, right? Okay, G Spotted is actually like one of the Thailand's biggest streamers right now, and he was friends with Mikasa. Obviously, they competed together in Gaingit Streamers tournament. Oh man, I'm glad to see him here pay a visit and showing support to his friend as a coach. One thing that I would say MLBB's managed to secure and also doing a great job with is, I think they're trying to access and they're trying to give a lot of chances to other creators, other Thailand creators who might not be into mobile before. So for example, in case of G Spotted, like he hasn't been, I'm not sure if he ever played the competitors mobile games before, but I think that is such a great entry point for him, for Mikasa as well. So right now we have a lot of a pool of streamers and also I would say creators who might not be gaming exclusive or esports exclusive, but at least like they managed to make a convert into MLBB players and streamers. So if they were to pick up on any mobile games, then it would be MLBB, right? And that would obviously like draw in a lot of attentions, a lot of like viewer audience as well for the streamers tournament, Gaingit Streamers Tournament Season 2, which is about to take place as well. Let's see, for Valley Thai, first time, I love the files or because of. Okay, Lindsay, I believe. Let's see the drafting phase here for game number 1 between Hydra and Valley Thai. Probably gonna have to grab some more snacks so I won't faint. Broken Walls once again, dang. Once so many random map draws goes to Broken Walls here. Let me try to sort out like the whole interface here, but so far I think that we're good to go. Once again, this is a Solix team. For Hydra, there's not really that much of a update. Like my episode of Know Your MSL Thailand team sort of like got it all covered. So you can rest assured on that front. Let's see. This time we're right into the ban phase, right? And it seems like both teams is gonna take time right up front. So Jusin probably at this point gonna be an instant ban from all the teams here in MSL Thailand, right? But then Lancelot got banned by Hydra as well and Yi Sun Shin. So Jusin and Yi Sun Shin, 2 picks that was up to this point an auto ban, straight up from Bacon Time and Full Sense. But then Lancelot though. So they're probably trying to deny Clover K's options here. But Lancelot is... I wouldn't say that Lancelot is like that huge of a ban pick. But maybe, of course, Clover K can be a specialized on that hero as well. Let's see if we're going to see a ban of maybe Sora. Maybe all these other players to entry. I think we might have to look out for... You're going to have to look out for Gao hero pool as well. This time, from right now, I believe that there's a switching in the draft phase. Li Tai. I'm not sure which one to choose after, but there seems to be like a switch. Marcel, obvious. I mean, I understand, but it's probably difficult to deal with Marcel, right? I think a lot of teams are probably going to already sort of like invest a lot of their preparation times into Marcel to like gain an edge over the opponents. But with them being an auto ban like this, probably people are gonna have to revert back to their confidence hero. Guinevere, it is. Probably trying to deny like a lot of setup options for Li Tai as well. Let's see the third ban pick from Li Tai. Hilda it is. Okay. The way that I think that Hilda can be quite impactful, especially for Thai meta, is because we have seen from Porza already, right, with Full Sense in the first 2 games that, look, you can see how much impact an aggressive roaming can have on your team, like outlook of the plays. So right now I'm thinking that, okay, we can see that they're trying to deny like Outcon's hero pool as well. Probably a bit of an adjustment here, but I'm not sure yet which one to pick on. Let me check my quality real quick. Probably a bit of an adjustment here, but I'm not sure yet which one to okay. Seems like everything is quality real quick as it should be. Probably a bit of an adjustment here, but I'm not sure yet which one to okay. Seems like everything is quality real quick as it should be. Probably a bit of an okay. Okay, so it is actually Hydra who banned out Jusin as well as Marcel. But now Mikasa from Li Tai, now they got Harley straight up. And then also with Khalid. And then also Freya. Interestingly, for Hydra, because I think that they probably, since they've been playing in tournaments level, right? And by tournaments, I mean that most of the time, at best, is a single eliminations. But when it's an open tournaments, community tournaments, I think that they probably have a lot of experience with that play in a single eliminations. So I think that can be an edge for them as well in terms of getting the result or making an adjustment in game. And now they got Phoveus as well as Claude for Gale. Okay. Interestingly, for the case of Hydra, right now I'm thinking that the damage are now suffice. But then obviously they're gonna need to find a way to do a setup. Otherwise, like I'm thinking that if they were to outmuscle Phoveus, it might not be a wisest move, but okay. Leo Mort straight up. Okay then. If they got Leo Mort, then probably they can look to access the backline from Li Tai way more. So I think it's very important how they manage to calm out their games, right? For Leo Mort, let's see. Okay, high loss being banned as well. They're trying to cut out the roamer positions for Shah James here. Right now, Hilda and high loss is already gone. For Willie Thai's side, probably trying to cutting out more options from the gold lane. No, they're trying to go with XP lane instead. With Yuzong ban out. Next one could be Kato Kasha if Willie Thais want to like keep double down on the XP lane limitations for Alcon. But otherwise, I think that for Omsin, maybe another roamers. But then, yeah, because they already set out probably with Khalid or Leomord. It can be both, right? Okay, let's see. Grok. Yeah, that's it. So many options was denied from Shah James. How would he respond? Right now for Linksy and the mid lane. Which teams would be available here? Another point about, because I mentioned about how Flash used to play in the mid lane and also as a roamer before becoming the jungler for Full Sense, right? The same can be said for Linksy as well, because back at with his time with I believe AV Gaming. So back then he used to play with Angelina, but for Linksy case, he used to play, I believe, XP laner before. So now he's making a switch towards the mid lane instead. It's interesting how this one would play out. And then I see Uranus being swapped out already by Hydra. So obviously this is quite a lot of a prior picked respect bans on the roamers here, cutting out options of Hilda's, High Loss, and Grok, and now with Khalid, Leomord, and also Uranus being picked right now. I say Willie Thai might be a bit vulnerable here despite with the damage output from Claude. Okay, let's see, two last picked. Who Mikasa would picked. Valentina and Glue. I just love how they got this time bans or time plays and win presentation, how it's all 0. but definitely like the whole lot of a software has been in play here. So yeah, finally they got like a whole pipelines down for the entire rosters, and also in the draft phase as well. Alright then, Outcon. I might have to start like doing a timestamp here, especially for, because I love to cast. Okay, I love to cast, especially like a team fight. Probably cutting some of them as a, oh, Layla. Okay. So Layla would be the one to set up the team fight for Hydra. But at this point, right, you probably have to go through the whole set up options for Khalid as well as Layla. Meanwhile, if you look at Willie Thai here, we're seeing quite a lot of an options here. Of course, Glue from Shah James can cause him quite a lot of troubles. And then also Valentina being picked already, so he can copy onwards to so many options here. Consecration from Uranus, less likely. Like we are looking at the team that can provide a lot of supports and also impacts within the big skirmishes, which is probably going to be how most Thai team choose to go by with their team progressions, right? Okay. Can everyone hears the team? Can everyone hears like the team com? The whole. Can everyone hears the team? Can everyone hears like the team com? I'm thinking that maybe I need to boost the whole. Can everyone hears the name more? Let's see. This is almost full now, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, they're probably going completely blind. Oh, okay, we got two Willie Thai supporters here. Willie Thai, they competed in the shooting games before. So yeah, they have their own fan base as well. I do think that we see on the caster predictions, right? Everyone's rooting for, everyone's going for Wali Thai. I love to do the same, but if only I get the chance to see how Hydra compete first, because I'm really looking forward to see how much of a team cohesion and also the time they spent playing together. I want to see how big of a factor it is for an MSL Thailand team. No way. I think I also see Buang. Buang. Okay. So yeah, basically a lot of big time streamers in Thailand like come here to show their support to Mikasa as well. Got a bit of a supporters buff maybe. But now let's head right into the Land of Dawn for Wali Thai against Hydra. I'm seeing Freya from Watson's side is going to cut in the lane straight up. I think he's trying to trade onto the bottom lane here, putting pressures onto Claw Scale straight up. As well as in the mid lane here, Sha James trying to trading out with Yuri as well. And Watson, first blood, even without the camera capping onwards. I just told that we're seeing how determined he is with cutting lanes right inside, and Linksy and Sha James were looking for a payback, but now half of both their HP is already gone. Yuri could potentially try to cut them off guard. Alright, game on right in the very first minute here. BLC applying pressure to Sha James, pressing onwards once again. But of course with glue, he's going to be able to hold himself up, especially in the early game like this. Oh man, Gal. Probably have to be more eyeful in terms of how they can actually securing the objectives here. For Katinaru especially. Katinaru, so he's also a part of a AV Gaming rosters in M Challenge Cup Mekong Season 3. So he was former teammate with Linksy, I'm pretty sure, and I'm not certain if that's the case for Angelina. Or no, in Season 3, Angelina's already moved to Vampire, I believe. Alright. Let's see if there's any skirmishes right in place here. Alcon trying to dish out the damage to Nicholas with 4 Vs. Not gonna bear fruit that much. BLC is now at level 3, but Alcon at level 4 and Clover K as well. So yeah. Shadow Stampede is probably already online. But it depends on how Nicholas can maintain the progressions. And Yuri, as I mentioned, already taken out the turtle first. Oh. The productions here probably gonna have a lot of adjustment. You know, this is the first day ever, only match day number 2, and now they're trying to apply more pressures onto Sha James as well, trying to chasing down and zoning out Linksy. He's away from his teammates right now, but managed to get into the turrets in time for safety. BLC, oh man, it got picked off over there by Sha James. Still trying to get that HP back right up. Clover K and Yuri for the setup here, and glue from Sha James gonna get brought into the enemy's territory here. This is a perfect setup for Clover K and Yuri to dish out more of the damage here. He's at dead end right now, Sha James. He can only submit to his fate here maybe. But at least right now he can still roaming about. But it's only a matter of time before I get closed now by Yuri. Oh my days. This is an entirely different sort of like vibes when you compare that to match 1, right? So Hydra being as aggressive as ever. Right now securing 2 scores already. Alcon tried to caught Katinaru by surprise. Being Harley means that probably he's going to have to be a bit more varied, especially either he's going to get zoned out or solo by a main damage dealer like Watson's Freya. Let's see. I see Alcon already with Ionic Edge. That's not going to be the main fight, but it's here. Sha James with Gale trying to dish as much damage to Watson. But as sustaining from Freya is still keeping him in the game. And Watson trying to apply even more pressures onwards to Cha James. A bit of an adjustment probably needed for Wally Thai, especially Cha James, if he were to make his glue more impactful in the fight. So yeah, he's gonna need to follow up from his team's damage here. But as of now, Nicholas is still staved off by the currents and probably during the mid lane's minion waves clearance as well. Okay, now that dish right into the turrets here. Probably another kill is going to take place here. Blazing Duets already coming right in from Gal, but it got picked out from 3 of Hydra Esports teams here. And Clover K was taking out Linksy first, as well as Yuri taking out Gal too, already down from Wally Thai. But now Alcon and all of Hydra is in low HP. Cha James swooping right in for double kill as well as a payback and triple kill by Cha James Glue. A payback. Costly one at that, making this one a 3-by-3 kills in favor of Wally Thai. Managed to stave off another invasion and aggressive play by Hydra. My days. Alright, exactly what I'm talking about. Using glue as a follow-up mechanics. You know, having Gal already with the Blazing Duets, already doing his bit of the works, right? Dishing out all this damage on towards to Wally Thai, to Hydra. Nicholas. Whoop. So Wally Thai, I believe that they can be a bit more aggressive and try to be more assertive, especially when it comes to area positioning. Now, 4 of them trying to flanking onto Watson's Freya, who's gonna cling to the turrets, but now he got support from BLC as well, trying to open up the fight straight away. Valkyrie Descent coming right in, and now trying to charging on towards, but Nicholas managed to drain out Watson first as the first kill here, and now Clover K taking out Cha James as well as a payback, but Katina swooping right in for Alcon, and Nicholas double it out with BLC. Clover K trying to steal with a payback here for Nicholas, and it's 2-by-2. Dang, both teams are still going at it. Right now, I'm more curious to see, because if they were managed to be such on an equal foot when it comes to team fight there, then the determining factor was probably going to be the macro game, right? Dang. But now Hydra, possibly with the 3rd turtles here. None of the Wally Thais are closing inside. Cha James probably gonna get picked off by BLC a bit, but then Clover K obviously taking this turtle for Hydra. I think it's the fact that Wally Thai managed to trade off in the team fights that still like keep them in the game, especially with the financial situation right there now, still equal toes to toes when it's come to their financial status. Cha James. Okay. In terms of minion creeps here, from what I see, probably Hydra is a bit ahead. But of course, we see how much of a focus on the bottom lane that Wally Thai trying to secure here. So Gal, of course, trying to pick onto Outcon. And then Clover K as well. 2 already downwards here for Hydra. Gal. Picking up onto him as well. Okay, another turret is already gone for Hydra. That aggressive from early games probably going to pay off for Hydra here. Wally Thai probably have to pick it up a pace, which he can certainly do with Katinaru and Linksy pair up in the middle. Nicholas swooping right in with 4 skills as well. Clover K is still applying the constant pressure here, but Yuri would be enough and suffice for Wally Thai, right? Now they try to flank right in for Gal, who managed to trade out the turret as well on the bottom lane. Alcon has been a bit of a trouble. One of them coming right in as well as Kali is trying to swooping right, and I believe Ionic Edge as well as Consecration already trying to dish out the most damage. Gal with Blazing Duets right in the middle there and taking out BLC first. Clover K might be the next one, got taken out by Linksy as well. Watson got this out a lot of damage. Nicholas is on to him right now, and it will be Katinaru who claims the kill with Alcon. Paybacks for Gal. But now it's already 3 downs from Hydra there, and Linksy would claims Outcon to make it 4. Dang. So it's a fight trade-off that Hydra's trying to commit, but right now Wally tries manage to turn the tide into their favors now. They got a lot of numerical advantages here, and they're most likely going to secure this Lord out. And now this is a great reset for Willie Thai. Not only can they apply pressure onto the bottom lanes, they can also securing their positionings right in the middle of the river. So of course right now it's up to how much they can check and kind of find infos on the whereabouts of Hydra, right? But now with the the outer turrets on the mid lanes already gone, I think we're gonna see a lot of pick off because Hydra now have one less options to come back to safety. Chargem obviously trying to fighting out Clover K and BLC, and of course with 3 other Willie Thais already trying to flanking into the turrets, driving into the inhibitor, and managed to secure out the second tier here on the top lanes. Another fight is going to break out here potentially, but of course Willie Thai is not going to fully commit to it. Lingxi, entry right in by himself first. Alcon's got chased down by 3 of Willie Thai as well. Now Gale managed to take out the inner turrets on the mid lane here. Alcon taking quite a lot of damage here. Half of his HP already gone as well as BLC. So this would come in handy when another big fight is being committed, because if Hydra's SP is not ready, especially for Alcon, then that could cause him quite a lot of troubles by losing the tank in the fight compositions, right? BLC. As well for Watson. He's trying to flank like in. Watson's already making an entry towards the fight as well as BLC, but now Willie Thai diving right in for the turret. Nicholas being a bit out of position there, but could provide support to keep the minion waves in Willie Thai's favor. Now, let's see. Oh, Shah James picking up constantly on Yuri. The scaling from Layla is not being as impactful as in the early game. BLC got flanked up from behind as well. Shah James chime in on this fight. And now Shah James taking in a lot of damage here. Willie Thai is trying to lure Hydra out for a team fight. They know that they have the means to closing out the kills, right? Alcon potentially got picked off. Lingxi dishing in quite a lot of damage. Half of his HP already gone. Nicholas trying to dishing right in as well, providing support. 2 of them. Shah James accessing the back line as well. Clover K is going to have to leave the area first with BLC, taking a lot of damage and got taken out by Lingxi. Alcon bursting in damage. Blazing Duets from Gale taking out Alcon as well. Shah James is in big trouble. Katinaru saving him in time by claiming Yuri first. 3 down by Hydra once more. Oh man, this is what I'm talking about when I say that, hey, look, Hydra, they may be an original MOBA player, original MLBB player as well, but their experience when compared with Willie Thai, whom the rosters might still be on the new assembles, right? But Gale, Katinaru, and I believe as well as Lingxi, we have already seen how that plays out, especially in terms of how they hold themselves in the big stage like this. And now Willie Thai is probably gonna progress on towards to this lot straight away. Oh man. Now 6k in goal differences now. It's looking quite bleak for Hydra. For Willie Thai, this just show their dominances. Lord being deployed onto the mid lane. And 2 of Willie Thai is accommodating the Lord, trying to make times to drive the Lord in as deep as possible, right? Clover trying to dishing out the damage to the Lord first. BLC has to be the one on the forefront, has to be careful. Alcon with Ionic Edge as well. But now a lot of minions were being dispensed there, especially in the mid lane here. And now Lingxi being the one on the forefront here, trying to stay support behind the Lord first. Meanwhile, inhibitor turret on the bottom lane is already gone, as well as in the mid lane. No more turrets for Hydra here. Alcon is in a big trouble here. Shah James trying to dive in right inside, but managed to save him still. And now Lingxi, oh no, got caught off here. Shah James trying to provide support. Gale with the Varp, obviously here. Clover K trying to push more pressure onwards now, and now Shah James Glue is going to cut onto him with the split splat and taking out Clover K as well with the damage from his teammate. Katinaru with Watson as well. Alcon got swooping right in from Nicholas' ultimate from his Warriors, and Yuri could be the next victim from Shah James Glue as well. And now with the creep coming right in, Gale, they choose not to end the race yet, but to doing a spam warp here. But first game which surely goes into favors of Willie Thai Esports. Dang! Look at that! This is what we're talking about. Whoop. Oh, luckily. Very interesting how this one is going to play out. Will Thai take games number 1? Alright then. We see a very promising early games by Hydra. Let's be honest here. Like, I think things start to change. Like, this is already the mid game from the highlights here where Gale's starting to scaling his cloth up and the Blazing Duet started having more and more impact. Yeah, that's the case. Whoop. And now, especially this time, Sha-Jae. What a great time to use Split Splat to capture it onwards to Hydra as well and taking out like Yuri. So a lot of the scalings has already been gone for them by that point, and now of course with all the scalings from the Lord Siege, right? That's just keep pave ways for Wally Thai to stroll over and taking game number 1. Everything was right on time here though. I'm gonna give them a lot of credits here. Even though in the first Everost and the first game, like we go with the full series, right? 2-1. Let's see if let me clear the notifications first. Snooze it. Okay. So of course here I think that from the outlook of it, I'm quite curious to see how Hydra can bounce back from this. But otherwise, I think we might be looking at like a 2-0. We might be looking at a 2-0 game here. Wally Thai looks strong, and honestly, I have them as a dark horse for this tournament as well. I mean, if it's possible, let's see if I can give you like a power ranking, especially from today's match. But yeah, I think we see a lot from the teams that is going to be competed in MSL, right? Many people expect it to be sort of like a replica from another MOBA league straight up, because these teams, okay, they have the presence in another MOBA as well. But I think that that's not going to be the case, right? We're looking at a lot of scalings and also new approach. It's a different battlefield straight up. And MVP of this game, of course, Wally Thai Sha-Jae. 5 kills is crazy for Grok, but then of course with the 11, not Grok, sorry, for Glue. But then 11 assists though. His timing is very impeccable. He's a much talk about players here. I believe that he moved over from another MOBA games, but he was very prolific in that role, and I believe that this is what I've heard. Okay, I've yet to fact check this, but I believe that he tried out with Bacon Times before, for the roamer positions, but yeah, look who Bacon Times got, Spider Mouse, right? So yeah, I understand that. Whoop. Oh. Just realized that it's been called at top chat. Maybe, who knows? Yeah, let me make it live chat real quick. Yeah, but so far, Sha-Jae, of course, great performance overall. I think that he got caught early on, right? With a Hydra Watson trying to assert dominance for Hydra, but then yeah, that didn't play out in their favor at all. So in the early game, we see that Watson is trying to diving in and trying to use scaling of Freya. But I think Wally Thai managed to caught on to that very quickly, and they managed to commit a team fight onto the bottom lane. So yeah, here Sha-Jae with a triple kill. What a play that was. And then Nicholas as well taking out Watson. Here's another the fight that I would still say that at first Hydra seems to do well, but the fact that Wally Thai managed to trade it off. That's just keep everything onto the macro game, right? And then we see how impeccable that can be for Wally Thai, whom you can say have a higher experience in MLBB when compared to Hydra. But as I mentioned, they're a newly assembled team. But yeah, they're one of the teams to look out for, definitely for Wali Thai. The fact that they made their ways from open qualifiers, I think that's also speak volumes about them, right? They went through this very intense competitions, going through a lot of top contenders made in Thailand, Attack All Round. Sorry, I mean technically they go through Attack All Round and YSM, and also I believe Wawa Gamer as well. So yeah, there you go. Wali Thai quite a dominant performances. Shah James with the MVP. Another one to give credits would probably be Katy Naru. For Hydra, obviously, like I think Clover K managed to do well with Lermort, but yeah. Could it be the spells? Why he goes with the marksman spell? Okay. So there we go. In Wali Thai as well. And okay, yeah. I mean, this is probably like the best outlook of the match, right? All of this possible top stats here goes to Wali Thai. Farming the goals from Katy Naru, damage dealt by Linksy, and then of course assist by Gao as well. And then for the one, Outcon with Uranus being the sandbag, taking the most amount of damage. Yeah, it's an outlook that just it explained the overall dominance of Wali Thai for this match, right? Let's see how this one could have gone out for Hydra. Okay. Wali Thai is still, I would say, they're very much a contenders for the playoff spot here. If we're talking about like the 6 from 10 teams, I think it's safe to say that Wali Thai can actually make it to the top 6. I think that another contender is probably within the top teams here, or at least with the jungler, with the Filipinos talents. A lot of impact's probably gonna be BRU and also Bacon Times. Full Sense, I understand they lost today's matches, but yeah, I still think they're promising. And then from another 3 teams would probably be, well, yeah, possibly Wali Thai, right? E-Arena, I think, also capable of getting there. And then King of Gamers, yeah. Who did I miss out? The one I missed out would be Hydra. ACT. Oh, ACT, that's a good one. I'd love to see how ACT play as well, but ACT have such a similar profiles to Hydra. You can make an argument for them coming from open qualifiers. They might have the same grit and intensity as Wali Thai, but yeah. The one if I were to leave out Hydra, ACT, that sounds so wrong, but yeah, this is the competition as it is. Okay, so Wali Thai, right? Who else? Between E-Arenas, Tenacity, okay, yeah. I think that this is sending out quite a signals for Thai team as well. For the open qualifiers teams or team that choose to determine or using the rosters with the young players, right? So we're seeing the exact sort of differences between MLBB players with competition experience together, but limited in Hydra, right? They're still young. They've been competing together as a team for the longest time, but their MLBB experience is not essentially the longest when you compare that to Linksy or Katy Naru and even Gao of all people, right? So that's going to combine in very well here to make this roster sort of like a bit more experienced, more well-rounded, and I think that early game adjustment in game number 1 is sort of like is already telling of how an experience can bring you so far, especially for Wali Thai. Alright then, head right into the draft phase for second games here. Oh, I just realized that a lot of my mid lane, my camera seems to be obscuring the draft phase. Let's see if I can adjust that without messing out the entire screen here. So display capture, right? We're talking about this one, possibly. I'm not sure how to do that. Okay, so this is not it. Let's see, Sony. Yeah, I think this is the one. Please stay with me here. But yeah, basically, it's the same band pick here. We got Valentina as well as Guinevere. So already a standby band pick teams for Hydra. And then for Mikasa as well, Lancelot. Interesting why they're so afraid on Lancelot though. I mean, it's interesting to see that, okay, maybe it's Clover K's signature hero. That makes sense. But then if you see from Clover K's formerly playing experience here, we're gonna see that, hey, he's someone who's managed to create angle with whatever jungler he's managed to go on with. So maybe instead of Leomord or some other characters, I think that he should go with the jungler that can have the sort of mobilities to get out in a tough position, and then also to find that right angles to dish out enough damage to solo someone, especially on the backline of Li Tai. But then of course Claude gonna deny that for Gale, not gonna let that happen again, right? Let me see if I can do something about how to sort of like moving my cameras, right? Filters, properties. Nope, not this one. Source, lock preview. See preview section. First pick, okay, this time Jusin is being picked. I was about to say that, okay, since they go on for Valentina ban pick instead, it's probably opening up for the first Jusin in MSL Thailand here after being on a 100% ban roll here. And first 2 picks from Valitai as a counter pick. Let's see. Possibly they're probably gonna shut down the gold lane straight away to give Gao like the most comfortable hero picks. I'll give you guys updates on who it is. Because I genuinely forgot how to move my cameras. I haven't used OBS like in ever. I only use it for doing a live streams. No, not live stream, sorry. I only using it for sort of like creating this a demo for my castings, but I never really use it for playing before. So okay. It's Harley and Khalid once again. Okay, so Hydra picked Khalid in first game, and I believe Harley as well. So in the first game, Katinarup already played Harley. Okay, so it's a repeat picks here, but then of course with Khalid. Possibly for Shah-Jae maybe. But then Nicholas, probably this is a hero that he's most comfortable with. Those sort of heroes, those sort of XP laners with a lot of progressions onto the mid lane as well as the abilities to do a lot of flanking. Yeah, I think that's the case. Let's see, Sora being picked already by Hydra as well as Hilda. A lot of picks that have been banned in game number 1s were being repicked here by Hydra. So I think we can expect a totally different games here. How to move cameras in OBS. Drag cameras off in the preview windows. Sorry.
In this
tutorial, let me see. So how do people do that? So I guess it's about being on the same swords, right? Sora already being picked, so I think a lot of setup here potentially with Jusin as well. So great adjustment by Vali Thai overall. Let's see how I can potentially move this camera. Properties, filters, no, not filters, man. Configure video. Nope. I'm not looking for camera control though. I'm just looking for viewers being picked once again. Now this is probably Nicholas picked, right? So possibly Vali Thai would try to repeat the comp from first game as much as possible. It's gonna be on the Hydra's behalf to try to shut them down with different play styles and different approach. Okay, Mikasa. Once again with a lot of setup play as well. Kari being banned, so trying to shut down the gold laner. Let's see, preview scaling. I'm not sure how to actually. I don't want to mess up everything, so probably I'm going to keep it fixed onto the draft phase for now. Okay, I'll try to find a way to fix it later. But yeah, basically, the last 2 ban pick from Hydra is going to be Claude as well as Freya. This is the overall settings. I'm trying to capture this as well. Last ban pick from both sides. Willie Tai can double down on the gold laners. Meanwhile, Hydra, I think if there's any if there's any options that's probably causing them troubles, is glue from Chad James, right? But that depends on if whether Hydra would convince that Chad James would repeat his comp, and it would be Harith. Okay. If this is the case, then okay. So Moskov also got cut. But now both sides has yet to pick up the gold laner, which is interesting. Granger is still available, definitely. E-Retail as well, but I don't think that's ideal for a fast-paced game when you're up against Hydra. I don't think Hydra would change their approach and be timid. I think they're gonna probably keep on pushing, trying to create that impact, sort of like in the first game. Why do they matching their poses? Okay, Granger, there it is. Being picked for Gal. Now the last 2 pick from Hydra. And up till this time, I'm still figuring out source. Nah, that's not how it is. Okay. So for some reason, there's no adjustment for me here, so I'm still figuring out what is exactly the problem. Can't even find my mouse here. Bit of a delay, it seems, from the whole thing. Okay, last 2 pick, Ixia overcome with Nolan. Interesting pick by Hydra. I think that they're trying to create a different sort of setups and also damage dishing as well. Ixia would sorry. Yeah, I think that this is very much a very impeccable approach for them. A lot of adjustment from the first game, and then it would be. Eve closing it out, right? And quite an impactful, I would say, changes and adjustment, especially for Hydra. I mean, if you look at that first game, they look to go for more tanky options here, and then of course trying to sustain himself in a big team fight commitments, and that really doesn't go well for them, right? But then one of the factors is you have to also considering that because Chad James got glue as well, but now Chad James go for Eve instead. No way. Oh, okay. I just saw that there's a repeat of a team's name, so I was like, what? Why is there 2 Chad James? So yeah, Katinaru. And of course, Lindsay would be there. I believe Lindsay would be the one to take on Eve, of course. And now we're here in game number 2. Is it going to be a 2-0 with Valitai? Double downs on their dominance, or would Hydra, with the already readjusted team comp, and now of course with the top pick in Jusin as well, can they make a difference? Clover K and Katinaru once again. I was about to say that in the first game because I believe Hydra managed to cut Katy Haru quite off guard, right? By having Watsons trying to cut into the bottom lane straight away. And now they're trying to do the same with Charge and trading in with BLC and Yuri. Half of the HP is already gone. They're chasing down on towards to Lingxi. Void Crystal already from Eve, trying to keep them away from invading Vality's jungle side. A minion wave clash once again in the mid lane here, and I believe that Hydra's now, especially with a pick like Hilda, you don't have to worry much about positionings and also sort of like bush ambush, right? You can just keep it on. You can just keep on walking right into the opening positions for Vality as well. There's only so much they can do to you, especially in the early game. And now Sha James, being the one, got chased down by Yuri instead. Lantern Flare got setting right back up for BLC for the first blood to Hydra. Once again, claiming that first blood. This is exactly the impact that having by letting Jusins into the pick phase for Hydra. Alright. Straight up. Let's see how Vality would have tried to engage on this one. At this point, like when you have Lantern Flare by Jusin, right? So the only adjustment that you can make in game is to make sure or make it that there's no other values left for Jusins for Yuri to pick you out instead of like the tanky one, like maybe Phobius by Nicholas, like this one. And I think that's the 2 against 1 fight in the bottom lane. But now Hydra is going to get their hands on the turtle first, with Clover K securing him. Of course, with Nolan here, a lot of damage, being able to get this out in a short amount of time, in a short span of time as well. And now BLC and Yuri with the whole lane cut off. Gale is getting flanked right out. Lantern Flare for a setup as well. And the kill by BLC once again, double that out. And now Vality trying to go for the way back. Real world manipulation from Lingxi as well to trade back Yuri. And now BLC with half the HP, it's already gone. Alcon trying to solo Nicholas, but got jumped out by the ultimates instead. Managed to take it out with Sora still, but now Alcon got hit by Nicholas and slain him. Okay, a payback by Vality in times to get a lead on the scores. Lingxi, once again with Clover K. It's going to be the good match up here, so I already know it. We've seen how much Jusin's Lantern Flare can create impacts on the whole outlook of the fight rhythm, right? If you got Lantern Flare into it, most of the times it's almost a given. The rest of Hydra would definitely try to dish all the damage onto you. So how would Vality counter this exactly? Like, if we talk about like giving them an options right now, Vality doesn't have that much of a tanky options. Their best bet is gonna be Nicholas Phobius, but as a main damage dealer, that might not pay back in their favors as well. So Gale trying to keep it safe away on the top lane. He already got flanked by Hydra once. And Charge, oh, that's a lot of damage. Dishing out by Clover K's Nolan as well from the Entropy ultimates. BLC, I believe Charge is caught onto him. Oh, maybe not. Okay, but now he's opening up this position. As I mentioned, right now with the scaling of Hilda's, with no other way to contest, like he have absolutely nothing to be worried about when he's in one-on-one situations. He can just keep on like in the open position as well as long as his teammates still got like infos on where Vality is. Clover K with the turtles already with the real world relations trying to go for the payback by Vality. Gale taking out BLC first, and now Lantern Flare by Yuri as a zoning measures to keep Vality from capitalize on the kill. Oh, Alcon got picked off over there. You have to be careful now. You're no longer Uranus here. Okay, you're now Sora. So of course with the mobilities to get out of the pickle situation. But now Nicholas caught on to his pushing position and gonna strike right in with the skill as well. BLC and Yuri. Nicely placed Void Crystal over there by Lingxi. But now Sha James trying to use as much as possible. Sha James tried to get onto Yuri first before Lantern Flare managed to knock him right up. That might be another measures to counter like Lantern Flare, like because Lantern Flare has its own range, right? If you can manage to like get in closer and get into the close quarters, and I think Khalid could be the chance for that. But Nicholas already with Phobius trying to sustain himself as much, maybe trade in for the kill. Alcon taking him foul first with the support from Clover K, obviously. So right now Vality has to try to make a payback here, and Watson might be the one with the real world positions, but BLC is already out of the zone of dangers. Okay, yeah, we're gonna see this sort of pick off from Hydra. But I think what matters now is about how they can capitalize on it. They managed to pick off from either ganking as well Gale on the top lane, and as we already seen before, right? But now for Nicholas and now Watson, Ling Si flanking right in and taking it out first. Clover K with Charge James for trade payback, and Yuri managed to get on the lead here with taking out Ling Si and now Alcon as well by wiping out Gale as well, and Yuri for the double, taking out 4 from Valley Ties already. Katinadu payback for 1 with Yuri. But that is all he can do here. 4 against 2 in the favor of Hydra. Their scores are now up. And probably that's going to go in a huge favor for them there, because BLC could probably manage to secure the outer turrets on the top lane instantly. Clover K taking out the turrets as well, and all the objectives here. So right now, all the major objectives go into Hydra's favor. 3 turtles already. If it's not for Valley Ties who managed to like put a lot of emphasis on the bottom lanes here, they're probably being way more behind. But right now it's only 1k in goal differences. Once again, Shah James opening up the positions. He's got caught by BLC, flanking into Albush, finding out Yuri as well. Yeah, that's a big trouble for Lantern's Flare and how they would manage to deal with that, you know. Shah James flanking into BLC first. Oh, they have to find a way to deal with so many problems for Valley Tie here. So of course, Hilda from BLC is going to be way too tanky. Yuri Lantern's Flare is going to keep disrupting their tempos. Nicholas is already in the middle of the pickle here. Real mobilizations from Ling Si first, but now everyone is out of the zone of danger here. Nicholas solo out Clover K first, while Gale taking out Alcon as well, but Watson payback by 1 by taking out Nicholas. And now Hydra is on the back foot here. BLC, of course, as a Hilda, pardon me, is still going to be able to take out this one. Shah James trying to flanking in from the sideway here. Lantern Flare caught on and swooping right into taking out Yuri first from Gale, and now BLC first got caught by as well by Gale, but now it's at least a bit of a payback by Watson here. Okay. So right now Valley Tie, as much as they got caught out earlier onwards, right now they managed to, I believe, get the momentums back into their favors now, especially by wiping out the outer turrets on both 3 lanes here. So right now, one thing that they still have to fix and dispense their resources on is going to be their minion-based manipulations, right? But then for Hydra, yeah, we see how much of the setups can make a difference from their first game. So how can they replicate that onto these games, and of course trying to put the momentums back into their favors? And it's, as I said, Nicholas has to be the one to show down with Yuri as well as BLC. But the approach of having Khalid to getting into close quarter with Yuri first before Lantern Flare can set him up for the CC, that's also valuable. That's huge. Okay, Lord being spawned already. Hydra is first to the scene. BLC opening up the position. Clover Case in big trouble. Watson's having to zoning right in as well and trying to dishing out the damage here. Real Populations already have supplying the damage for Gale to swooping in for double kill, taking out both Watson and Alcon as well, and flanking from Clover K to trade back 1 to shut him down. Nicholas is still for payback with Clover K there, and now it's going to be 3 against 1. Pretty much a worthy and I think impactful fight over there by Valley Tie. Now they're going to be able to secure this lot straight up with a little contest from Hydra here. Only BLC is going to be the one on the forefront here, but now he's in Shah James' side, and that it is. The lot being secured by Katinadu for Valley Tie. Yuri as well, maybe for BLC. Lantern Flare, okay, they're trying to pick up on the tempo once more for Shah James. Nope. With Yuri, obviously, he's gonna keep on like putting up pressures onto Jusin, not letting Jusin like being the one to initiate the fight, especially in the ganking positions. So Hydra right now trying to reset, trying to regroup, and creating a situations where picking out on Jusins from Yuri is not ideal, right? Katinadu run right into BLC, but Clover K is right by his side. He's gonna get gang out once again. Let's see. A bit of a flickers here, but BLC is still caught onto him and would be able to shut him down. Okay, now Valley Tie is now trying to advance right more into across the river now. But of course, they got 3 ganking right up from Hydra at the mid lanes here. So BLC once again trying to find out the info for where Shah James could have been. But I think right now the one that should look out for would be Linksy, of course, with the real world manipulation as well. And then swooping right in for Shah James here. Yuri, Void Crystal caught on towards Nicholas, flanking out Clover K first. Half of the HP is already gone. Alcon would be the next on the targets here for Valitai instead. Swooping right in for BLC, sending right up from Sora first, but Shah James without damage him and taking out first. Katinaru supplying one with Watson as well. 2 down for Hydra, and Gale would make it 3 by taking out Yuri as well. Alright, Valitai once again, the momentum's in their favors. Minion waves already across the river here that can definitely secure the inner turrets on the mid lane here. Clover K and BLC trying to keep it close to the action side, but that's not going to be on time. So Gale, Valitai. Now they're trying to assert the dominance, obviously Valitai, and also to capitalize on this momentum as well, trying to keep themselves maintaining inside of the gold, inside of the forest, of the jungle from side. Oh, Shah James in a bit of a trouble, might losing him here. Watson taking him out first. Katinaru trying to flank in from behind, but Yuri's already caught on to him, and now Nicholas as well dishing on towards BLC and Alcon, and managed to take him out as well as a double kill. So a payback 2 against 1 here, and once again Valitai is a man up, and with 1 minions to the turrets here, they would be able to take out the inhibitor turrets most likely. Yuri trying to stop it with Lantern Flare, but not going to be in time. Alright, then BLC, Katinaru, and also Gale. Watson going on once again with Yuri. Global K. So right now, yeah, for Hydra it's very grim. We're seeing them having to dish out all this damage, and of course Valitai, another lot secure. So even though they managed to get no turtles at all, but like after they managed to make an adjustment to deal with the setup plays from Yuri's Justin, right? It's being like the whole situation was flipped. So now Hydra is now having to be the one to reclaim their positions in the jungle, but Shah James has already got his eye on it, and with the pick like Khalid, he'll be able to at least like scale up the play, obviously. Okay, Linksy as well. Shah James already trying to drawing out all the skills from BLC first. Fury of the Wildness probably already being expensed. Oh no, it's still online though, but Shah James trying to draw in actions here. Katinaru pushing onto the turrets here. Real manipulation from Linksy as well. And then Gale managed to taking out Clover K first for Katinaru, taking out the turrets already, and Alcon right in the middle of the actions and got taken out by Gale as well as he claimed his triple kill. And Maniac by Gale as well. Savage team wiped out by Gale from Valitai Esports. Wow! What a setup play that was. That was all it takes by Linksy for the real manipulations. Already claimed so many of Hydra's HP. And then wow, Gale. What a frightening performance that was for the gold laner from Laos. Sheesh. And Valitai would claim this victory. 2-0. Very dominant performances here. As much as I give Valitai credits for having an experienced MLBB players, I didn't expect it to be in this manners. So Hydra have that. It's so clear that Hydra make an adjustment. It's so clear that they have the game plan here. But the way that Valitai can sort of like adjust on the fly during in games and make this sort of impact plays. And also the individual play as well from Nicholas. 4Viewers has to give credit to him. But probably, yeah, of course, sportsmanships. Yeah. We're gonna... And in the end of the day, these are all MLBB, like in the tight community players, right? And of course, Gale with Yuri. The Laos are gonna meet up here. So in early game, we see again, it's like a great setup plays by Hydra. And Jusin would be able to create a lot of impacts, especially for Yuri. But then I think that there was sort of like a swooping in for another sort of adjustment here for how Gale managed taking out Clover K first. And yeah, it's about how they managed to dishing out a lot more damage here, and Gale, yeah, basically at that point, Dead Sonata was probably already be on watch here. Oop, an interview.
ค่ะก็ขอเริ่มจากกัปตันทีมของเราก่อนเลยนะคะคุณแคทตี้นารุ
Katinaru.
อยากจะบอกถึงทีมที่กำลังจะมาเจอ
Anything to leave? Any message for the upcoming teams you're gonna face?
อยากจะบอกว่าทีมพวกผมตั้งใจซ้อมแล้วก็เก็บตัวกันมานานมากเลยครับก็ฝากเชียร์ทีมวลีไทยด้วยนะครับ
I would like to say that we are well prepared and that we have been working very hard on this. So please give us support for Valley Thai.
ก็ขอบคุณแฟนๆที่มาเชียร์ที่งานแล้วก็ทั้งออนไลน์ด้วยครับขอบคุณทุกคนมาก
Thank you very much for all the support from the fans who comes here to support us both in the venue and also
ยังไง
online.
ขอส่งต่อให้กับแคสเตอร์เลยค่ะ
Alright then, that's it for game for match number 2. Already 2-0. And of course, a very strong performances by Valley Thai. I think they're genuinely a strong contenders for playoff at the very least, bare minimum. And this would be match number 2. So at this point, I think we're seeing a lot of play styles, and I also think the capabilities to make an adjustment. Of course, MVP. Who else can it be? Gao, the Lao goal laner from Valley Thai Esports. 12 kills and 5 assists. Nice number on the goal per minute. So from what I see here, already Malefic Raw being equipped, and also I think Celium Sight. So that's probably all the stuff that he needs in order to scale out the damage, especially for those with the high HP scalings like Hilda, right? Yeah, but we can already see that in the very beginnings, like he's actually got pressure early onwards, and also got ganked by them as well. But then when you see how this is how Hydra choose to go by in the early games, and it works for them. It works out for them splendidly. But then afterwards, we're starting to see Yuri being the pressures being applied to Yuri instead. So okay, yeah, they still managed to do a trade off, but they're not as dominant because they couldn't create a ganking situations like they used to. And Gale, of course, he's been on fire here. So he keep on being in the right positions here. I think this is where he gets double kill, right? And then of course they're trying to snowball them and even flanking them out. So even Alcon, yeah, this is another cases here. So Alcon would try to create a setup, but his teammates is already on the retreat, and Yuri and Clover K's HP is not ready to commit to a big team fight. And then yeah, for this side as well, we're seeing that okay, there's a bit of a trade-off here where Hydra would initiate the fight, but then for Valley Thai case, like they managed to retaliate that back perfectly because they got this constant damage by Lingxi, whom by all means Hydra couldn't get access to Lingxi. There's no cases where real world manipulations got cancelled. And yeah, this part here is a perfect setup for Gale to complete the salvage and team wiped out. And there it is, the performances here. An even more convincing victory than game number 1 in my opinion. Like for game number 1, maybe we can say that Hydra wasn't well adjusted to Valley Thai's tempo, but in game number 2 we can see that they already make sort of like corrections. They managed to make an adjustment on the tactics. But then of course Hydra, for the best person in their positioning is obviously going to be, I would give a lot of credit to Watson as well, and also BLC trying to be as much of a presence, gather as much info, being Hilda and having to be the one to opening up his position. Meanwhile for Valley Thai, I would say that of course like the on point one has to be Gale as well, but then I think a lot of props has to be given to Shah James. I think the adjustment to put pressures on Jusin and also making it to the quick close quarter before Lantern Flare can knock him up. And once again, we're seeing this sort of outline for performances, right? All of the rich guy, the farmings go to Gale. the damage dealt goes to Nicholas, the supports go to Chad James, and once again BLC being the one to receive the most amount of the damage. Yeah, I mean it's a bit pity, and I wish Hydras all the best, right? And to me, this is still a promising performances by them, and I think that seeing their confidence, especially in the early games on both games, game number 1 even more so, managed to cut inside the lane and taking out Katinaru in first minute, or even in second games where they managed to create a gang situations here with initiations by Jusin's Yuri from Yuri. Yeah, I think that they have a very promising future. Wishing them all the best. For Wali Tai, securing these victories already set the tones for the rest of the leagues now on what to expect from the team, right? Being from open qualifiers, people might expect them to be more of an open book, right? Because Wali Tai competed in open qualifiers. There were more matches that were televised and live streamed since I believe Legend Rising, and which is an open tournament first, and then also of course for the open qualifier itself. So yeah, I'm very looking forward to Wali Tai. They're very much a promising teams here. And then this would be it, I think, for game here. What is going to be even more interesting is that, you know, at this case, Wali Tai is probably going to be able to secure the 2-0. So that head-to-head on the table standing would probably be higher than even Bacon Times, who managed to win against Full Sense here, but it's a full series, like 2 against 1. So there you go. We still have another 2 matches coming right up here. I'm not sure yet if I will be able to last that long. This is my first time ever streaming. I've been streaming for 2 matches now. But yeah, that would be it for MSL Thailand Season 1 match number 2. Right, we got all these teams here. I'm probably going to go back and revisit like another roster review, right, in order to give you guys a bit more context here in case you're sticking to the live stream. Thank you very much for that. Don't forget to like, share, and follow as well. I understand that they also have English castings, but as a Thai caster, I would love to be able to like give you guys a bit more context on how the Thai teams here actually operates here, or what to expect out of each of them. So thank you very much. So there you go, another half an hour, man. I'm probably gonna be AFK for a bit even, but in a matter of time, let's see if I can revisit another roster review. Let's see, maybe I'm gonna have to, sorry. Let's see, I'm going to dial down the volumes here a bit so we don't keep hearing Datte Bayo. But yeah, so far I think it's very interesting how we see the matchups already. Before the tournaments begins, I think every team's probably they're trying to draw references from other MOBA games, right? From how the other teams as an org used to compete, what are their stature in the competition. But it's a clean slate here for MSL, and I think that the result as well as what to expect was already being laid bare before our eyes. For the third match, we got ACT against Tenacity. Okay, I think I can do a watch along on this one as well. I still got it in me. But for the last match, KOG against Solix, no promise. No promise. Sorry, guys. Right, but it's still going to be a long time here, so I'm probably going to try to find something else to do here. Also to give you context as well on how can I move my cameras here, because like so that current positioning is going to cause quite a lot of troubles for us.
On their gaming scene.
Okay. Let's see if I could find some worthwhile counters or not. So it's actually filter though. No way. Okay, let's see if that's the actual case for how this one works. But I'm gonna try. So Sony and then filters. I'm not looking for filters, man. I just want to move my cameras. Oh, I think I know now. Ah, man. This is a point of being outside of her of having never to do a stream before. So yeah, I put it on locked. That was embarrassing. Okay, I think this is better now. Hopefully, no more obscure on the mid lane here, especially during that draft phase, right? Okay, so finally, time for roster review. So next match is going to be ACT against Tenacity, straight up, and I think that it's going to be worthwhile here as well. That's really tight. Let's see. Yeah, so this is all well-rounded rosters already. I'm not sure if we see Kathy Haru in the audience as well, but of course he's quite a good addition as well. He also part of the rosters for AV Gaming, if I remember correctly, who played with Kathy Naru before. I mean, come on, their name is like sounded. They name themselves after each other, so I'm wondering what the backstory was behind that. But yeah. And then of course, Tenacity. Okay. Tenacity, what's interesting about Tenacity roster is that their roster reveal comes out quite late if you compare them to other MLBB teams here whom managed to promote their teams right at the first glance. So Tenacity, there were radio silence on the team rosters heading into the league, and I think that many people. It was a bit worrisome, but there has been sort of like a rumor throughout like the whole entire span of time leading up to MSL Thailand Season 1, and it's the fact that there's a chance that Tenacity was in discussion with Water. So he was already sort of like a given when the roster was revealed. Water, the jungler from Laos as well. And also, he formerly played for Leon Esports, and just like Agi from Buriram, he's also he's also the part of the roster that make it to M Challenge Cup Mekong Season 6, and then to M7 in the wildcard stage as well. So yeah, pretty much a huge addition to Tenacity rosters here. But then he's going to be surrounded by the Thai's talented players as well, I would say. But these are players whom actually having a similar profiles to Hydra, in a sense that they were sort of like competed in the open tournaments beforehand, right? So, and not to mention that this is also like a fresh assembles as well. So yeah, we got Sauce Snap from Na Dang Mu Fa or Red Face Blue Hands, right? That's the actual team name, and this team was being talked about a lot in Thai communities. Why, you might ask? Because Na Dang Mu Fa or Red Face Blue Hands managed to beat Nightmare Esports 2-0. Now Nightmare Esports, in case that anyone is unfamiliar with like a Thai MLBB scenes, right? Nightmare Esports from Laos has been a nightmare for Thai teams, frankly speaking. They were so dominant against Thai team, and for the longest time before the coming of Leon Esports, I would say that they are the most dominant Mekong teams. Up until I would say MSC maybe season 4 or 5. Yeah, but then there was a lot of roster changes as well on their side, as well as the coming of Leon as well. So yeah, that's a chance. That's the reason why. And now Sauce Snap. So yeah, Sauce Snap is the mid laners who was part of that roster as well. So yeah, it was a huge deal that they managed to beat out Nightmare Esports. And also, there's another promising players on that Na Dang Mu Fa as well, whom I believe he's called Q and Q. Okay, Q, the letter Q and Q and Q. So this is a very prolific jungler. His Fanny was most talked about part of the entire matches, I think. But it's the fact that he's so great, and he's also very talented. So he managed to join Made in Thailand, which unfortunately such an unfortunate incident, but like they couldn't manage to get into the league. So yeah, that's why. And right now Made in Thailand's MSL MLBB teams are now disbanded. So yeah, that's a double whammy here. Okay. And now probably we're gonna see a bit of a mix of experienced players here for Leon, for Water. But yeah, when you compare all the rosters together, I think these rosters might have a lot of potentials, but in terms of how they play or in terms of team cohesion, I think this roster chemistry is the one that we can raise the most amount of questions for. I think that when you look at these roster players, when you look at how they operate, especially within the players, when you see already how much team cohesion as well as like experience of them who play MLB players already, like how much that affects the rosters. I think that for Tenacity, I would still love to see them do well, of course, but like when you compare that to the other teams' rosters, yeah, probably not being the easiest task. And now they also have Coach Disdai as well, whom up until now I'm still not having like the clear picture yet, like where he comes from, right? Or if he have a former coaching experience before. Hopefully if there's anyone here who can help enlighten me. Of course we have Ajax and also Ajax as well, another players from the Open qualifiers. Yeah, he's with a team called Ma Don't Ting. Yeah, another goofy names team here, but yeah, basically the whole roster for Tenacity is sort of like combinations between like a players in the Open tournaments. So for Sauce-Snap case, that would be Since Legend Rising, which is way before the Open qualifiers. And then in case of Ajax, and then also Song Jin-woo and also Griffith. So let me zoom in right for you. So for Song Jin-woo, XP laner, Ajax the roamer, and then also for Griffith in the gold lane. Like these three all have experience in Open qualifiers, which you can make an argument that okay, it's a more intense competition because it's a single eliminations, right? But then you have to also take into account that they're with a team that having to being combined in such a short amount of time in order to compete. So maybe that can be a factor that actually play a part into Tenacity's team comp here. And then of course we have Gino Reyes as well as a substitute. So Gino Reyes has been playing with in his university levels a lot. He's been the one whom I have the most infos on because I have his social medias. But Gino Reyes plays with in the university level, and then also in the Open and semi-pro Open tournaments as well with Babura. So yeah, it's a very promising, and I think they're having quite a lot of depth for their squads. But the two main question mark is still about their experience in RBB as an overall. And I still think that team cohesion, if they can show how it is, if they can show how they manage to perform, I think that we can have like a better gauging of them, better verdict of them earlier on. But that would be it for Tenacity. I still having to match him up with their opponents, right? And we see from the schedules already that is going to be ACT. Where ACT at? ACT is here. So for ACT case, yes, also quite similar in the sense that we're looking at the players who are very young as well. I would make an argument that ACT roster, I have no official info on this, but ACT might be the youngest squad in MSL Thailand Season 1. Because a lot of players here and actually like the whole rosters. So the whole roster actually moved over from a team called Aztec Do White Esports, okay? So what's so special about this team? Because this team actually won the championship for youth tournaments. Now this youth tournament here is being held by like the Esports Federation here in Thailand. So it's like a nationwide competition, and it's also part of like a domestic esports development program as well. So yeah, people would try to find like the team that has the most talent, the most trying to give them the competition experience, right? And also trying to give them like a lot of new ideas about how they can thrive as an esport players, as a pro players. So STEC Do Whites here. So the main roster over there, let me list it for you. That would be Sir Ross, the jungler, over here, and then also Sylvie. And you may notice something off, right? You may notice that Sir Ross and Sylvie look so much similar, and that's because they are identical twin brothers. Like I'm talking identical. So yeah, they look exactly the same. I'm not sure how we're gonna be able to distinguish them as well. There's even like a running joke within ACT social media, right? That they were actually the same person, but using some sort of like speed force to like split themselves into two person. So yeah, that's Sir Ross, the jungler. He's very talented. He's being talked about the most. He's being known for his dark system pick, and also the speed in which he chooses to play, and also his skill play as well. And then also with Sylvie, whom Sylvie might not be as popular as Sir Ross, but when you look at how these two players, when you consider them as identical twin brothers, how they can coordinate for the team fights, yeah, I think that's something to look out for ACT as well. And then also a part of that STEC do white, there's also Gan NZ in the mid lane as well. So of course another strong players, and then also with Cairo on the XP lane. And look at this guy, he's so young looking, isn't he? And that's what I mean when I say that ACT has a very young rosters. And then also Superman is gonna be another player here with on that STC do white on the gold lane. I think he's quite have a great game sense as well. So very promising to see how he's gonna go. And then let me positioning this one. But also there's two players. So the whole rosters of do white would like just move right into this time, right? They would just move right into ACT Esport clubs. But then they have two seniors already in the team, right? And that's actually ACT's current players already who make a transition to MLBB as well. And that's going to be Piper out here, XP laner, and then also Flukio on a gold lane. So that's the case. These are two senior players. They have experience in other MOBA games before. From my understanding, they might be the substitute, because this is from the list in Liquipedia. So I could be wrong, but yeah, so far, I mean, when you have the all 5 rosters whom already like competed together for such a long time, right? Like why would you need to make an adjustment for that to insert like the other players into it? But then okay, maybe you need some sort of experience. But of course, these kids already got a load of that already. As I mentioned, that when they get the chance to go to esport development camp as the winner of the national competitions here, it's actually because they were actually they get to the Falcon, I believe, Team Falcon Philippines esport camp. So yeah, this is a huge and valuable experience for them, definitely. I think it's going to help them a lot in how they come to progress on and being part of a pro esport players now with ACT. So yeah, I think there's no apparent reason to actually, I would say, to actually taking apart these 5 rosters. With that being said, they also have Coach Shadow, whom already coaching them since in Legend Rising tournaments. So this is also another team that has been competing together, like within the open tournaments for MLBB Thailand as well. So that's another huge plus in my opinion. They already being under Coach Shadow. The team is already getting to know each other quite well. So yeah, I think I'm giving ACT a lot of credit and edge in this regard. So I think it's lovely to see how they would compete with with tenacity, right, when it's come to the open qualifiers rosters. But that would be it for ACT. Let's see how many minutes got left. 8 minutes, okay. Any other roster that you guys like me to cover, just let me know, okay? I would love to do that. Here's another caster Popon. Full Sense, I've already covered the rosters already. Probably another person I have to mention here would probably be Hazel. So Hazel is the substitute player. She's being announced right after I already finished the scripts for Know Your MSL Thailand team. So that's the reason why I didn't cover her in the video. But yeah, overall the squad depth and also I think like the whole experience for them would already be determined by Nezia and Dominic, and of course Fresh SR Angelina. Borsa, I believe that he performed well today, and I think that he managed to keep his character, keep that sort of like an aggressive edge from all those time competing before. So I'm very happy for him, truly, and I think that Full Sense could have gone far, as they were having a lot of lot of promise on them being part of a Thai, being part of the rosters, being part of the playoffs. Sorry. So yeah, that's Full Sense. Let's see. For King of Gamers, I probably don't have enough energies for to cast like match number 4. But yeah, that would be lovely. Let me check my chat real quick. Okay. What did they try to show me? Miss Out Thailand as well. Okay, so of course there's going to be quite a lot of more so other part of players here as well. King of Gamers, obviously. Let's see how or what can we know more about this team. King of Gamers, probably another part I have to mention is going to be there's going to be Zed, right? Zed has been with the rosters for a long time. He's going to be the mid laners as a substitute as well. But then the starting 5, I think it's already clear at this point. It's going to be 33 in the XP lane, now in the mid lane as well. And then Hugo. Very interesting to see how his performance would go. You know, as a roamer, you would always expect him to sort of like being the key of the team's rotations and also sort of in being part of a lot of the team skirmishes and team fights, right? So his game callings, I think, would be a crucial part. And then they would have to combine their force with Payen and also Kaizen. So yeah, I think overall it's very much promising for King of Gamers, and I think they could go far. And now Bacon Time's already clear. Valley Thai as well. E Arenas. Okay. E Arenas, Mijizi, and probably another roster that I think a lot of Filipinos want to look out for, right? For E Arenas. So just to give you guys context on the Thai players first. So we have the roamer Hanekas, and then the mid laner Pishi, and also the gold laner Nuzain. That they're going to be, I believe, the 3 core Thai players in this rosters as well. And then I believe the addition of Saturday as well. He looks so young though. I wonder if he's E Arena's academy graduate. That's entirely possible. So E Arenas, out of all teams, also have like a very strong, like I would say they have a very strong academy system as well, and I think it plays like a major part in their success. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they have other players, you know, who may be an academy graduates. Yeah, so Kang, for example, Kang from Bacon Times, but also academy graduates, and look where he is. He hold himself quite well for a pro debut. And that would be the Thai side of E Arena's rosters. Of course, we have to talk about the 2 Filipinos players, right? So they got Wraith and then also Mijizi. So Mijizi is a jungler, played in MDL Philippines already. He played with Martial Mayhem, if I remember the team's name correctly. So he played with Martial Mayhem, right, from MDL season 4 to season 6. So he has a lot of experience. So at this point, I would say for most of MSL Thailand team, I'm convinced that it's either going to be those with MPL experience, so a big signings like Dominic from Full Sense, or Spider Mouse from Bacon Time straight up. Even wait, alright, for King of Gamers, right, with Kaizen as well. But yeah, so far I think that you're gonna have like a lot of experience, and apart from MPL Philippines, I think MDL is probably gonna be the next biggest things and sort of experience that you can expect from the players. So yeah, there you go. Mijizi, the jungler, and then also Wraith. Wraith is from the official report, the official post from King of Gamers themselves. Actually, like he's in amateur seeds before, and actually like he made the cut for academies for Team Liquid PH. But he chose to kick off his career with E Arena instead. So that was great, and I love just how many players see MSL Thailand as a promising start. Okay, I'm not expecting them to consider MSL Thailand as like a top competitions, right? But I would love if it can be an attractions for PH or foreign talents to like comes in and try to push the standards for Thai competitions even higher. So this is what we love to see Wraith from E-Arenas, and I would give the credits to Payen from King of Gamers as well, you know, to make a move into the rosters early on. Let's see how many minutes got left. Okay, last minute. And then also Coach Dart. Coach Dart is also going to be another big signings and big, I would say in terms of a coaching profiles, he's probably, I'm trying to draw a comparison with Coach Dran or Coach Justine. But so far, I just think that, yeah, probably Coach Dart might have like the highest profiles when it's come to coaching experience here, being part of like a Team Liquid PH Academy. I think that he knows like how to coach like a young players, you know, or maybe players who are just starting to developing their MLBB skills. And I think that's a huge part for him as well. But he's gonna have to combine that with Thai side of the rosters, which with under no circumstances, the Thai core roster is going to be like 3 Thai players. So unless you work with what you've got, you work with trying to secure a lot of team plays as well. Because a lot of the Thai players here, especially for E-Arena's case, they got a lot of experience. Okay, they're not new to MOBA. They're not new to other MOBA game as well, but like they're new to MLBB, and I think that's a huge factor, because you have to consider about how some tendency might be like, some of them might be hardwired into the Thai players already, and I think that can be the major differences, obviously. So there you go. That is it for E-Arena. I'm trying to like make it backwards, right? So okay, I cover Buriram as the first episode for Know Your MSL Thailand teams. I'm trying to do so Solix for the second episode, and then now with E-Arena. Hydra, I think there's no more introductions needed. I think I got them all covered, and the fact that they also moved right in from the same roster as well, there's not really individual path to cover on. Of course, I think that they performs quite well, but yeah, it's about the playbook's depth. How can they manage to like stay within sort of this pressurized situations, and also how can they get their standards up in the team phase episode as well, because this is a league phase, right? It's a regular season. It's not gonna be, oh, seems like we're back. So yeah, as I mentioned, it's not gonna be part of this single eliminations anymore. I mean, for Hydra. So yeah, it's very interesting to see how can they actually adjust to a regular season competitions. I think try to maintain that performances week in and week out, and then as a whole players, as a whole rosters, they also gonna have to compete.
หากพร้อมแล้วไปพบกับเหล่าแคสเตอร์ของเราได้เลยค่ะ
Okay. ACT against Tenacity. Okay, and then another match coming right in. I'm curious to see about this one, because okay, we're seeing the team from the first 2 times. You can say that okay, maybe you have Bacon times whom the core type players doesn't have like a full pro scene experience on MLBB yet, but they can hold them off and get to the finish lines, and then you compare that to King of Game, to Full Sense as well, with like someone with a very deep pockets when it's come to experience in MLBB as well. So now we're actually on game match number 3, and it's going to be the case of ACT and Tenacity, whom I would say having a similar roster profile. I have to admit. CT and Tenacity, whom I would say having a similar roster profile. I have to admit. CT and Tenacity, whom I would say having a similar. At least it seems like the audio is still fine. You can let me know in case the audio is having a bit of a troubles here, okay? Because this is a clean feed after all, so I'm not gonna have like we're not gonna have caster audio, but I would love to give you guys insights onto what the players are saying. We're probably gonna have an interview coming right up as well. So yeah, it would be crazy to see how they're gonna compete. Okay.
การที่ในไทยครับมีลีกเป็นทางการครับมันทำให้
ACT
ที่เริ่มเล่นนะครับสามารถแบบยกระดับตัวเองขึ้น
For Thailand to have an official league mean that we can lift our standards and also to step up to next level in our esport pro plays.
ในปัจจุบันได้อย่างมากครับ
ก็ตอนนี้ก็ซ้อมแล้วก็พัฒนาตัวเองมากขึ้นไปเรื่อยๆครับแล้วก็วางแผนการเล่นให้ดีขึ้นครับ
Right now, I'm trying to improve myself and trying to improve our game plan.
เล่นได้ดีอยู่แล้วครับเดี๋ยวแค่รายละเอียดเล็กๆน้อยๆที่เราต้องเก็บให้ละเอียดเพื่อที่จะคว้าชัยชนะได้อย่างแม่นยำครับ
Right now, we're all settled in terms of confidences. We just needed all these little details in order to ensure victory.
อยากแข่งกับทีมก็เลยรวมทีมกับเพื่อนแล้วมาแข่งกันต่อครับรู้สึกว่าเป็นเกมโมบ้าที่เล่นแล้วสนุกที่สุดแล้วครับ
Oh, they were asked like why they choose MLBB to compete, right? And they just say that, oh yeah, it's basically a game where they get to compete with their friends overall. So obviously that pace that goes all the way back from their times as a part of esports pro players, right? Of course, I'm not trying to being as dismissive of anything here. Hopefully, like you all can hear me well. And then, of course, once again with Wawa, Bird 5-star, and also Dr. Marks. Let's see if there's anything going on out elsewhere. Alright then, so I think we kind of have this support for... I was just wondering there's no interview for Tenacity though, but once again, Tenacity rosters assembles are quite close to deadline, I have to say. I'm not sure if there's anything going on with them as well. So Ross, of course, and then Kaido. Yo, that's dope. Okay. ACT. I'm seeing Piper leading the rosters here. Okay. Interesting. So right now I'm seeing Sir Ross and Sylvie is up on the stage, and I think Flukyo and Piper would also play. And then Tenacity, of course. Water, Song Jinwoo, Griffith, Arjex. Yeah. Still go with the full name, Arjex Mudeng. The Tenacity, here it is. Let's see. For Tenacity, is probably not gonna have like that huge of a difference from the rosters. I'm not sure if I see Gino Reyes in the starting lineups, but yeah, it's probably gonna be Sosnap, of course, Leon, Song Jinwoo, and then Arjex and Griffith. But that's Tenacity for you. Alright, for Coach Piper from ACT side, as well as Coach Shadow from ACT side, and then of course Coach Disdai as well. For Disdai and Shadow, of course. I'm not certain if these teams have already met up before. I mean, obviously, right? Because if I remember correctly, Team Aokiri made it to like the quite a close round of open qualifiers in which ACT got the advancement onwards already because like their times competing in Legend Rising. Okay, so Cairo, Gans, Supermains, and Sylvie. This is on the lineup though. I see Sylvie, I see Piper and Flukyo. Right? I'm pretty sure that there's going to be the one who play instead. Oh, let's see. But then you got Song Jinwoo, Water, Sosnap, Griffith, and Arjex. For Tenacity, it's not too big of a surprise. But for ACT, it kind of is. Pardon me snacking in a bit more, but yeah, I'm gonna try to figure it out. Be seeing Flukyo and Piper being on stage instead of Cairo. course, ACT. I mean, at the very least, there's still two major rosters in, I think, Zeros and Sylvie. They're going to be like a main backbone of this team in terms of getting the result, getting the kill as well. And then, yeah, probably they need Piper and Flugyo to kind of like easing out the pressure. That's also another interesting point to take. And then for Tenacity, for coach this die as well. Quite interesting to see how it's going to play out, his team comp. Or if Tenacity can actually like securing a result. I think Leon is going to be the one to look out for, but it's going to be the direct showdown between Water and Zeros. There you go. The draft phase is in for Tenacity and ACT as well. Tenacity as the first ban, they go for Hilda and Juicin straight up. So yeah, probably a default ban. Interesting how they not choose to close down on Zeros jungler straight up. But yeah, I think that's not probably not on the priorities. Meanwhile, Coach Shadows from ACT side, Freya and Valentina's already banned. I mean, at this point, banning Valentina's mean that, okay, it's a clear signal that you're trying to create a big team fight, right, with a major impactful ultimate. So if you compare that with Uranus, obviously that can create all sorts of differences for Tenacity to create a set-up plays as well. Let's see the third ban pick from ACT. Right now, I'm still like unable to find out exactly like if there's actually going to be any sort of players inbound here. Shadow as well. Let's see what would be the first pick here for them. Fanny is already banned. So yeah, I think. But it's interesting how it's actually the side of ACT who actually ban out Fanny, because I think that's also Zeros signature one as well. But yeah, that would be the ACT bans, and that makes Tenacity go for Basia. Okay, I mean, a very great pick in order to sort of like stave off the big fight, right? The major fights when you need to commit onto sort of the back lines. Basia with the Torch per song is going to be coming in very handy. And then I have to compare that with ACT as well, who choose to go with Eve. I mean, I've just talked about how Tenacity would probably try to access the backline, the main damage dealer for ACT. So, alright, Claude and Eve is of course like quite a good pick, but I'm still having question marks about how can they stave off like the pressures from Tenacity. So let's see the next two pick from Tenacity. I mean, they're probably Cammy already, okay. With Phobias, okay. Solid pick all around from Tenacities. Coach this guy seems to have it down when it's come to drafting at least. And now let's see from the last pick in the first pick phase from ACT. They could just choose a jungler and closing out any other prior or respect bans that Tenacities might have committed. But yeah, let's see about that. Van is already banned. They're probably gonna go up straight for another jungler. I'll be right back, guys. Give me a moment. All right. I mean, Glue. Okay, so they still choose not to go with the jungler. That would be interesting. But I mean, at least like, it's a great pick, especially for Sylvie. If he wants to sort of like coordinate like any sort of a setup plays to sort of like shave down the opponent's defense in order to set up like the right conditions for Zeros. And now the ban phase here, we're seeing Kari and Moskov being banned already, so instantly are priority bans on the marksman here, but they already got Kimi though. Tenacity's already got Kimi. But it's still a safety precautions, obviously. And now let's see. For Leo Mort being banned by this guy from Tenacity instead. And then, of course, we have supporters as well. I believe that they banned Sora instead. So, okay, if we're seeing from the pick like Jusin and also Sora that Tenacity is trying to counters or trying to keep out all the setup plays, the crowd controls, like the CCs from ACT. Meanwhile, for ACT sides, Moskov and Kari, so of course a lot of respect bans for Griffith. I still don't know which players would be on here. It's also interesting how Piper and Flukyo can contribute to this team as well. Now they managed to secure Suyo out, being picked for twice and still with a 100% win rate with Suyo. Let's see the last two pick from Tenacity. The mid laners, obviously, maybe Kimi can get a hold of that, so they would go with Granger in the marksman lane, of course. And I think, is that Marcel? Oh my days. Sheesh. Marcel finally, after being banned for so many games. Alright, lovely to see this. Let's see the last pick from Flukyo for ACT. It's probably already settled based on how the teams are doing the high fives, but right now they're probably going to need like a bit of a more, I would say, a more chances in order to set up the fight in order to solo and keep the XP lane safe. I don't think Suyo is probably be the jungler, or maybe they choose to go for Sho instead. Okay. Not a bad pick at all. So a very promising team combo by both sides. I think that Tenacity might have a bit more edge in terms of like the sustainabilities of their heroes. But then for ACT as well, I would say that they are massively going to help out on the surprise fight as well as the setup. One thing I realized here is that neither side seems to have CC except for Marcel from Archex by Tenacity though. Yeah, that has yet to be seen. But that is a huge factor in a setups fight, especially now for ACTs. They are trying to solo onwards, and I think a bit of a mix up here, but I think Zeros going to go with Suyo possibly. And right now is game number 3. And a showdown here as well. Kick on right up. Archex opening up his position with Marcel. So Ross trying to secure the objectives. Oh, he's a bit behind though. He's a bit behind Water. Okay, Saw Snap trying to punishing Stewie here, picking out as well as Water diving right in. Of course, it's still an early game, so probably not gonna be able to capitalize on it that much. GunNC trying to apply pressure, and I was thinking there's a fight breaking out at the mid lane maybe, because otherwise Water would probably only like trying to focus on farming, because as a Barcia, like you have to understand that his positioning and also his capabilities of farming for a Barcia jungler is not as fast, right? So yeah, that's probably the adjustment that he has to make, or which I'm probably sure he's already aware of getting into this game. All of the talents predictions also seems to give it to ACT for 2-0. So Saw Snap, Sir Ross as well. Okay. Let's see, Arjex managed to cut onto Sylvie. Not yet to capitalize on it, but with level 4 scaling up coming soon. Okay, the turtle about to be spawned in 15 seconds. ACT is still trying to assert the dominance on the river. But still, it's going to be a lot of diversions here by Tenacities. Their map presence is not yet that high, which I think is why they're trying to caught ACT by surprise as well, especially on the Turtle Siege. Sylvie right in the middle of the promotions there. Piper trying to flank in for support. Real world manipulations already from Garn NC is trying to dishing out a lot of damage here. And Sylvie managed to take out Water first as well as Garn NC taking out Arjex. 2 downs for Tenacity. And it seems like ACT would manage to take out this turtle first with Sir Ross. 2 kills and a turtle. Great play by ACT. Sylvie, oh, close call over there. Trying to put more pressures on the Griffith. So ACT is Jin Woo as well. Let's see how they're gonna move right now for Tenacity. It's a bit of a blunder, especially 2 kills and also no turtles. Sylvie got chasing down, but of course with Show also managed to take it out of that in time. Piper, pressure onto Song Jin Woo, driving in the minion waves towards the turrets now. He's gonna rotate up with glue here instead. So right now, let's see. Okay, so Ross is probably the main jungler, right? Garden C in the mid lane, obviously. But now Sylvie seems to use Shu as a roamer, unless like Piper's managed to make an adjustment somehow, and Flukyo, of course, as a gold laner with Claude. Pressure onwards. They try to flank in and create 2 fights at the same time. Water at the forefront, chasing down Sylvie. Knock up 2 of them by way of the dragons from Cho. Tenacity ditching right in as well. Oh, Saw Snap. A bit of a trouble. But now Garnier is trying to flank in, especially 3 from Tenacities right now. They are being invaded in the jungle. So Sylvie, a bit of a risky move here, especially with him opening position as a show. But now he's up against Marcel by Arjex. And now 2 of them already being dispensed. A lot of damage over there taken by Arjex. Now he's not ready for a big fight, so Sir Ross would be able to finishing him off. 1 down for Tenacities, and now it seems like ACT is trying to assert more dominance, letting Suyos and Sir Ross, Flukyo as well, securing the turtles. Meanwhile, Piper and Sylvie trying to chase down and securing more kills from them. Sylvie moving right in and trying to keep the positioning in order to gauge the areas and also to find the infos out for Tenacity as well. Arjex caught onwards with Flukyo as well. So Griffith and Arjex already, right now, Tenacity has yet to get the first kill, right? So yeah, I think it's going to be a very huge deal for them, you know, in order to convert and just trying to get back into the game as fast as possible. Otherwise, right now, it's already 3Ks in goal differences. And ACT, they're not going to stop anytime soon, right? Sylvie and Garden Z already on board with Arjex as well. Flukyo already taken out the outer turrets on the top lane. So Arjex swooping right in. A good gambles over there into the bush, ambush, and then Vipers. And then Garden Z managed to take it out first. Sylvie got caught with the CC, but Tenacity cannot convert. Great call over there to making a play into the ambush straight up. But like you said, There's no kill yet for Tenacity. Sylvie still finding out the infos from Arjex and Sauce-Snap, but now he's got caught in the trouble. CC over there by Marcel. Okay, he's very daring here with his movements. I'm not sure because Sir Ross is probably not far behind, but yeah. Griffith finishing off Garden C as well. First blood by Tenacities, but then Waters is in a bit of a trouble. Sylvie might swooping right instead, but it's not, might not be a worthy gamble with, of course, Griffith and also the vicinity of the turrets as well. Right, but now they invade the jungles from Tenacity size. One more by ACT. Let's see. Sylvie. Okay, got caught in here. In a bit of a trouble. Arjex still not committing to finishing him off yet, but now with 3 of them come in with, of course, turtle spins from Shield Unity from Basia, obviously. And now Piper's being on the 4-foot here. They're trying to diving right inside, and Sir Ross taking out the turtle first. A follow-up fight ensues right now, and Sir Ross taking up Arjex as well. Blessing it from Claude Flukyo, dishing out a lot of damage there, but not able to secure any kill from Tenacity yet. Griffin swooping right inside the finishing off Stewie. Sir Ross for a payback as a double kill, and of course a revenge for his twin brother. And of course, Water as the next one to fall by real manipulations from Gan NC as well as Song Jinwoo. A costly mistakes over here by Tenacities here. 2 are now down. 4 as well. Okay. Piper. Onto another channels here, but yeah, it is looking quite a bit bleak by Tenacity. It's not that optimistic, right? They already lost like the outer turrets on the top and bottom lanes, and their minions manipulations is also going to be on the decline as well. And with the scalings, like right now we're talking about like almost 6k goal differences, and Sylvie and Piper's, of course, ACT, they managed to invade and sort of like assert the dominance in jungle, in Tenacity's jungle early on. Song Jinwoo trying to open up a fight as well as Water got swooping right in. Garden C got a bit of troubles here. Half HP gone, and now Marcel managed to freeze in quite a lot of damage there. But now they're trying to cut onto it with Piper from Glue, and Sir Ross taking out Sauce-Snap first with Flukyo taking out Song Jinwoo as well. 2 down by Tenacity. What a play that was by Piper, I would say, with Glue. By split splat and keeping Water out of the fight. That's enough openings for Garden C to get a kill. Flukyo very assertive with the turrets secure on the top lane there. Lord as well by Piper. ACT is probably gonna get this Lord without no contest whatsoever. Let's see how this one turns out with them already getting the Lords already. So yeah, I think a lot of conversions probably gonna comes from the fact that ACT is actually the one down on behind. Okay. At the very least, like if there's any credit we can give to Tenacities, it's gonna be their mid lanes, the mid lane's defense, right? They managed to defense well, at least in one area, but then of course maybe a bit of a, maybe too big of a focus onto the mid lane here. So the other side lanes, the top and bottom lanes, are now like in a bit of a troubles here. I mean, no more barriers on the bottom lanes even. So yeah. And now they're trying to snowball this. Sylvie already in with the kill. Meanwhile, Sir Ross taking the turrets already. Sylvie and Sir Ross packing up right in. Arjex trying to create CC. But there's not enough conditions for Tenacity to capitalize on. They're way too close to the turrets. They need another sort of CC that is not just like a lock up by Marcel. They need like an actual CC that can like help repositioning ACT's players. In that way, they can create this play where manage to get the damage from the turret vicinity as well. But otherwise, like, this is going to be the case, right? Sylvie is swooping right in with Piper as well, applying tons of pressure straight forwards. And now they're swooping in for another kill here. I just realized that, like, so I'm going to try to reposition them back again for the camera. Okay. Let me lock real quick. Yeah, as Tenacity is probably right now the best that they can do is, of course, trying to cut out ACT by mistake, but that is less likely going to be the case here. We're talking almost 10k goal differences. Easily the most dominating games in today's match day, right? So, yeah, a tough defeat for Tenacity, I think. But yeah, still, Sylvie, that's the thing. The placement with Marcel. I understand that he's a new hero and he's probably like having quite a lot of impact in the ranked settings. But like we're talking about like creating this sort of plays where you're trying to get the most out of the hero's abilities, right? So like any sort of misplaced skills like that, I think can be quite costly. And now ACT, of course, they're getting all sort of dominances here. They're trying to keep on with this minion wave manipulations as well. They're having all the spaces in the world in order to secure this enhanced Lord. So Sir Ross gonna come in right in, taking out the turrets. Already blazing the west from Piper's, from Flukyo. But managed to cut onwards to quite a big share of damage there by Tenacity. And now Gun in C as well. Griffith right inside. Sir Ross and Flukyo. They're trying to group up together, which is honestly the correct call here for Tenacities. At the very least, they can like create more of a diversion, or maybe forcing ACT to pick out like the main damage dealers, and that can create openings for the rest to make a difference. But now Song Jin-woo, gonna see already with the real world manipulations there. Two of them got freezing right in by Marcel and Arjex there. But no one has yet to go down yet, and the inhibitor turrets on the bottom lane is now gone. We still managed to stay alive after that, and now Sir Ross got chased instead. Okay, one thing I have to give credit to ACT, yeah, is I would say they gauge the timing for fight commitments extremely well. I don't think I've ever seen that as the case with even Bacon Times or Full Sense. Okay, so yeah, looking very bleak for Tenacity. They're now on the back foot, especially with no more turrets on the mid lane and the bottom lanes. And then, of course, with the minion waves being against them as well. So Sir Ross staying very close. But now, yeah, Piper is going to just throw around, fighting out more kills to capitalize on. Meanwhile, Sir Ross saw snap. At the very least, we can say that Traction Pulse starting to like scaling towards the late game, and it's managed to deal some damage to Flukyo as well. But yeah, unless it's a big fight commitments, I don't think that Tenacity can rely on a kill here. They need like a correct positioning from Marcel by Arjex, like that. Maybe two of them already got caught in, but basically from Flukyo taking out Arjex first. The main CC dealer is no more there, and now Sir Ross will taking out Song Jin-woo as well. And now Sir Ross no longer dauntless, swooping right in and taking out Star Snap right within the base here, and Water taking a lot of damage as well as a triple kill by Sir Ross for him to claim. Oh, only Griffith yet left, and now with the next waves of the minions come right in ACT dominant fashions, taking game number 1. What a play that was. I mean, huge prop to Tenacities. Like, I mean, they're trying to make adjustment, but this is what I'm talking about when we talk about like the team chemistry. You know, about how the teams coordinates the play. We see that being the case with Sir Ross and Sylvie, and then I'll have to give credits to Piper and Flukyo as well. I'm very impressed by their performances. You know, in terms of keeping the situation calm, in terms of performing for the teams as well. Flukyo, his timing for Blazing Duets are quite on point. And for Piper, I think his glue, one split spat moment, I believe in the early games, that one was quite massive. And this one, I'm curious how come that tenacity is like, okay, Argex with a set up already, but why doesn't nobody like swooping in for another kill? Then what's the point of Marcel, right? And now they're taking in this game as well. So of course we're seeing a lot of cases where ACT trying to initiate the fight early on within Tenacity's jungle, right? But then when it's come to the team fight, there is kind of unclear whom the main damage dealer was supposed to be. Like Griffith with Rangers doesn't have the same sort of impact. So yeah, I just have to give it to him. Yeah, the major differences here, let's see how game number 2 would goes, right? But I'm probably gonna have to go grab something to drink first. I've been sitting here for hours now. But yeah, I'll be right back for game number 2, okay? Alright then, MVP, Soros it is. Yeah, that's one thing, right? I would like to give a lot of credit to Sylvie as well. I mean, when we look at Sylvie, I think that he's very much on high alert, and I'm not sure if Sylvie like actually lost a death or not, but like so far, I think his timing and also his understandings of the roaming heroes are quite on point. So of course I understand Sir Ross with 7 kills, he's gonna take the credit, of course, but like, yeah, Sylvie is very solid as well. He's impressed me so far. And yeah, it's a dominance performance all around. Song Shin Woo, they just cannot outscaling. They just cannot outscaling ACT for Tenacity. I mean, you look at how they managed to losing the turtles as well as the lords. So of course, like that result in the scaling that we see from the end game's goal, right? 50k against 37, and let me check real quick. So see, we lost 1 death but 10 assists. Jeez. And then also another point is of course how ACT managed to hold himself off to not Sylvie, that's Piper. Piper lost 0 death, Siros lost 0 death, and then as well as Flukyo. So probably a huge factor on how ACT managed to being so dominant here, right? Let alone for a win, of course, but like for them to be this dominant. And for Tenacity side, not sure why Water was on Basia, to be honest. Like, I'm not sure if that's the actual case, if that actually worked. Because like, you need a lot of damage output. He got a lot of game sense, but like, it's a damage output that was needed, that we've been talking about for a player of his caliber. But maybe that's just the style of the jungler that he has always been. Because if you try to draw a comparison with, I would say, no, not B-Boss. I was mentioning one jungler, Flash SR from Full Sense. So in the case of Flash SR, the point about him being the flexible players playing in other positions before, meaning that even when him moving to resume the jungler position, we can see his tendency to trying to like create plays and also to make a build of the characters to kind of withstand the damage, so maybe a bit of a hybrid tank build as well. So I think that's the main thing why I think either Water probably got a lot of experience, game sense as well, but yeah, I think there needs to be an adjustment with how Tenacity plays, in order to bring the most out of him. Why do I hear nothing here? This is typical, right? Sheesh. Okay. And now let's see for game number 1. Yeah, a bit possibly quite dominant fashion, right? But then once again, Tenacities, as I mentioned, I think they might have the shortest amount of time to secure the rosters, pack them all together as a team, to assemble the rosters. So yeah, I'm giving them some credits on that for ACT, such a dominant fashion here, but also I think that they have to going up against a more assertive teams. I would love to see ACT against Full Sense. I think that would be lovely. I like to see how Borsanarak would deal with them, or how he can hold off the jungle positioning within their half, when they have to face with a team that continuously and like keep trying to find a way to invade the jungles like ACT. So even then, yeah, I think this is a very fair assumptions to make. English and Thai. I'm probably going to live one more game here. Probably. Yeah, this probably be my last one. I probably didn't get to cast for, or maybe I would, for KOG and Solix. But yeah, that's going to be another major games there to follow. Oh man. Okay, so a lot of people like trying to, I seeing that a lot of talk is going to be on like how the players were managed to adapt onwards, right, into the game. And then of course there's also a lot of adjustment as well for a lot of losing teams here today. I think in Full Sense case, yeah, Full Sense one was a bit, I think they can keep the head highs. They were very dominant in 2 games as well, but yeah, that major blunders in the base, closing out the game in game moment. That's what the only things that like keep them away from winning that one 2-0, and then by the 3rd game, Bacon Times already got their momentum back. But then for the second matches, what was the second matches? Valley Thai and Hydra, right? Okay, yeah, that's one. I think Hydra needs a lot of adjustment. I think that it's also much the improvement, because we see that they still like have some know-how to clap back to keep themselves in the game. But yeah, when you compare that to this 3rd match between Tenacity and ACT, like you have to realize that in order for a game to be that snowball, yeah, it's pretty much going to be very impactful. I mean, that's probably it for me on my side. Let's see if there's any comments here, or maybe anything you'd like me to know. So for Facebook, I'm not sure yet if there's any other rosters that I should cover, because if it's the recent team, especially my Know Your MSL Thailand series would already cover that, right? There's not that much of an adjustment here. But I couldn't find. I think I just lost it. Let me check my live stream real quick. Oh. Whoop. Sorry guys, just a moment. But yeah, so far it's gonna be quite something similar when you compare the first two times here. I'm probably gonna have to adjust aspect to camera full first. Sorry. Let me sort out like the whole screening stuff here. Hopefully my live stream is still on. I accidentally like keeping that one in, but hopefully it's not gonna be too big of a trouble. So the current live stream is going to be ongoing as well. Okay, let me get back to the studio real quick. I'm not sure if that's I'm not sure if that's actually like help, but yeah. Can we go to the live stream straight up? So of course, let's try to initiate another live streams. No way. Okay, I think we're back. Sorry on that. I was about to say that, oh man, I thought that I lost all of the viewers here, but yeah, okay. The MSL Thailand team straight away. Let's head right back into the draft phase here. We're already on towards game number 2. Whoop. This is my first time ever running a live stream, guys. I'm so sorry. But of course, we're gonna have ACT once again. This time they're being the first ban. So Fanny straight up with 4 views and Hilda as well. And then let's see how this one goes for them and Khalid being picked already. Once again, I think that a lot of assertiveness as well as in the I'll say team comp. And now we're gonna have a Sylvie. I love to see how Sylvie chooses to go with this time because for this die, interesting how they choose to ban out the heroes that they have picked before, so Marcel as well as Basir. But then once again, like Khalid already being picked by ACT, so I would say a lot of her efforts on in terms of keeping the forefront, especially in the ace in the jungle area for tenacities as well. But now they both got Jutian, right? Jutian and then also Suyo. Okay, interesting. The thing about, I think what the main idea for Tenacity right now is that they're probably trying to keep away from getting picked off in the bush. So trying to stop ACTs from being so assertive, especially in their jungles area, right? Yeah, I think that's the main reason why that we're gonna see sort of like a pick like Jutian, where Fury of the Phoenix can actually like help them out with the whole map positionings. And then for Sora as well as Valentina, of course, I think with a pick like this, they can keep Tenacity at bay, especially when it's come to like IMU, right? So right now, Fury of Phoenix is going to be a very impactful abilities, impactful ultimates to copy onwards. And you compare that with Song Jin-woo, who's now guarding Uranus right now. I think that's probably going to be the case, like trying to create more of a draft. This roster the team comp with quite a bit of assertiveness and also not tenacity. I was about to say tenacity straight up, no pun intended. Basically, the rosters that were a bit more tanky, the team composition that can like allow them more rooms to breathe. And that is going to go straight up for ACT as well. I'm yet to see the jungler picked for Suros, but yeah, right now this dive and also tenacity, they're probably going to try to finishing off, closing out all the possible options. Show already being banned by ACT this time. Sylvie is not going to pick it. I think it makes sense that tenacity trying to make an adjustment by having Jertian as like a with her ultimates to open up the positionings right on the map, because I think the lack of info was the main reason why they cannot capitalize or sort of like retaliate onto ACT. If you look at how Water is picking up on Basia instead, and that make him unable to like using Shield Unity to entry on towards the fight, because most of the time he have to keep his eye on ACTs as well, you know, which we see from the match already is always in Tenacity's jungle area. So okay, Kalia being banned right now, they're trying to closing out on the roaming options instead. So Tenacity would settles with Katokasha. Nice one at that, I think. Gan NC probably not gonna repeat Eve right now, right? Because now Gan NC got Valentina's already. They're probably gonna need to look out for other positionings heroes to combat that. Two picks from ACT, Harley as well as Claude. Okay, so Flukio still with Claude. I like that. But right now I think that the fast-paced game from ACT is probably going to be even faster, because right now they have no tank unit, right? They're gonna have to rely on the ambush as well as, I would say, ganking up on them. But then for Tenacity, this game, I would say they have a lot of adjustment. They have the tanking unit in Uranus and Katokasha. They have a ways to open up the bush as well with Jitian. And then of course, like right now, they I'm thinking that Water is probably gonna pick out Suyo instead. So an entirely shift in their positionings, and also I think their play styles. I don't know why. I think Tenacity might have a chance this game. I don't think it's gonna be as dominant as the first game, that's for sure. Piper, Suros, and Gan NC. Yep, Suros this time. Very interesting to see like his hero pool as well. I mean, what's interesting is, okay, yeah, because Suros got Suyo first, right, in the first game, but now it's vice versa. So now Water is the one on the Suyo instead, and Suros with Harley. Yeah, I think it's gonna be tough on how he can manage to like creating impacts for Suros. But then once again, we already seen from the setup plays in game number 1 that the coordinations with Sylvie, and then also I like to give credits to Piper as well. I think that's coming in quite handy, especially for all the fight skirmishes where ACT have to chase Tenacity down. Now for 10, yeah, straight up, I think this is an entirely different approach. So of course, Jutia is going to have way more appearance, way more ranges to take there. Garden C with the player coach saying that yes, I've tasted a goat milk before, but I never know how goat meat would taste like. A bit of a banter. Love it. Love to see it. You know, I mean, we need to try to match up with like the whole MLBB cultures, especially in Indonesia and Philippines, right? They take bantering very seriously over there. Right, Song Jin-woo and Water. This time, I still think that they're gonna be way more attentive this time around with how ACT is going to enter their jungle. But then when it's come to Song Jin-woo, I think, yeah, basically 10 seconds till turtle was respawn, and I think that they can rotate quite early on. Of course, with the map draws being the river as well, and ACT would be the first to the site. Sylvie and Zeros keeping an eye on them. Ajax trying to moving in for the contest or maybe to apply pressure, but now he's right in between Gan NC and Sylvie as well. Song Jin-woo trying to flank up from behind as Uranus and Water swooping right in, potentially for a hijack. And Zeros secured the first spot for ACT first, as well as Piper taking up Ajax for 2. And now Zeros as well for the turtle. Once again the turtle and 2 kills for ACT Esports. And now Racing Duets coming right in for Flugio. Have to expense that one out. Okay, invade another jungle objectives. I'm not sure how big of a meta does this approach be in MLBB recently, but like I can say for the other games, you know, where many of the players actually comes from, that this is a norm, right? And it's a way to ensure your dominance and also your game progressions as well. Song Jin-woo, yeah, a match up against Sora. Not gonna go into his favor. He can do well to hold off on his own. Uranus is a very tanky unit, but then to solo kill Sora from Piper, unlikely. Griffith as well. Okay, I mean, at least they're trying to get in for Griffith, keeping Flugio on site and keep making sure that his Blazing Duet is not going to be online by the time that the team managed to commit onto the big fight. Okay, Sauce-Snap have to retreat behind the turrets. Let's see how they're going to move this time. Gan NC and Zeros flick right in. Sylvie just keep opening his position. It's just like last game with Show, you know. Drawing out a lot of skills as well. But I think the most important part is going to be finding out the info. So now he knows that Ajax and of course Sauce-Snap is not that far behind. Trying to swooping right in for Water as well. Be in a bit of a trouble. Gan NC can provide him support. And Zeros taking out Sauce-Snap first, right in the mid lane here, and still we would go on a rampage here as well as Gan NC, as ACT can invade the jungle once more. What a play that was. That's clever. Like how you can see straight up like how Sylvie managed to divert the attention from Sauce-Snap, and that was the only timing that Zeros needed to swooping right in between the turrets to taking out the mid laners from Tenacity, and Song Jin-woo got this on with a lot of damage. Ajax tried to cover for him. Sauce-Snap as well, flanking onto a Sylvie and Zeros as well. They're trying to keep on the forefront, but have to disengage first. At the very least, they can keep it within the jungle area of Tenacity once more. And I think that this can be coming in quite handy as well for ACT. I probably have to adjust like a lot with the sizing of this. Let me see if I can make it smaller so you guys can get your eyes on the match more. Yeah, I'm gonna just keep it around this area then, right? So you guys can have like a whole view of the game at least. Tell me if you guys need any adjustment, yeah? ACT moving in first with Water. Oh, Ajax swooping right in, got picked off by ACT. Fury of Phoenix from Sauce-Snap for support. Salmon Force coming right inside as well. Out the Guardian to the back line here. ACT is in a bit of a trouble, but Ajax got solo out over there. Blazing Duets coming in from Flugio, swooping right in. Immortality is gonna get brought back up, but then once again Sauce-Snap and Zeros on a bit of a fight here at the turrets, on the inner turrets at the bottom lane. Griffith got flanking over there. Salmon Force, another great setup for him. But then once again, Water managed to solo down. ACT Stewie got caught right here. Flukyo and Guards NC ready to provide support. Okay, he still managed to get off without a kill. But now the turtle has been spawned. And I think the commotions at the bottom lane says it all. So Pipers has already got his eyes on Griffith here. But then of course, Flukyo trying to doing a split push here, diverging Tenacity's attention as well. Song Jinwoo has to covering on the top lane here. Meanwhile, Piper keep an eye out on the turtle while Guard NC got drive in by Arjex. But now I think ACT's their setups are probably going to be ready for Turtle Siege at any time now. Okay, so Ross right in over there. I just realized that I haven't tagged the game as Mobile Legends yet. That's quite bad. Please tell me that at least like I have a tag, right? Okay, that's a tag, but like yeah, probably the big fight coming in. Possibly Arjex managed to cut Sylvie over there, but not committing to the fight. Yeah, that's the thing about Khalid, right? As a tank hybrid, like you can expect yourself to hold off, but to the point that Tenacity is not even bothered to take care of you. I think that speaks volume. After the Guardian trying to get on the forefront and potentially taking in the damage, which is going to be dished by Piper and Guard NC potentially. Now Song Jinwoo. Okay. He's reaching right in. And now 2 on the bush here. Still standing around there. Keeping them occupied definitely. So ACT choose not to commit to the big fight as well. But then again, the progressions goal difference already at 4K. So not too much to worry about. Meanwhile, Tenacity, I mean, you cannot afford to let them plays into your to determine or dictate the game, right? I have to set up on what game is this? Mobile Legends. Why don't it save for me though? Thank you. Now, so ACT of course still managed to outfarm them and then trying to securing the areas within the Tenacity's jungle obviously. But then once again, like how can you possibly figuring out the way to counter or to make an impactful plays? Tenacity has yet to make a first butt as well. But ACT ditched the Lord and potentially looking to pick off someone from Tenacity's. Not going to be Arjex though. Meanwhile, I think they cannot afford to lose attention as well. Meanwhile, the minion waves at the bottom lanes already reached the outer turrets of ACT side. But Zeros managed to take the Lord and Piper soloing Arjex as well. Guard NC not ready to commit as well as Sylvie. Water inside the Flukyo once again. Ooh, and now Sylvie being in the middle of commotion once again. Starman Force coming in from Harith by Griffith as well as Suyo with the ultimates possibly. But then one still fall after the Guardian coming in from Arjex and zoning out ACT, but yet to be able to secure the kill. Oh no, Arjex in big trouble. So Jinwoo has to cover for him instead. Ganesi not far behind as well as Sylvie swooping right in, but Griffith sees that and also positioning himself between. Oh man, it seems like Arjex has to go back to the base first. But then of course Flukyo and also Sylvie, they can just pick them apart like bit by bit here. Sylvie managed to sustain himself very well there with Khalid. And then Flukyo crossing in on this one. The Lord already being get rid of, but then once again Free of Phoenix. Oh, caught on to all the ACTs here, and now this is a big team fight coming right in. Sir Ross on a killing spree, taking out Song Jinwoo first. Simon Frost coming in from Griffith, but not enough for Sylvie to secure another kill for ACT. And Sir Ross double Sir Ross snap already. 3 down for Tenacity right in front of their base. Water standing with Griffith. Simon Frost already been expensed already. Their ultimates are not ready. Simon Frost has to be expensed once again. But ACTs got what they were looking for. They're gonna go for a retreat. So for Piper as well. Sylvie just keep on being at the forefront like this. Front foot, sorry. Sylvie just keep on being the front foot like this because like he can keep having all the info and intels about whereabouts of the Tenacity, right? Trying to check on that one. Foul Sir Ross obviously, but Arjex of course would be able to help him with the zoning. Saw snap as well. Another lot. Most likely gonna go into ACT's hand. But Tenacity, this might be a do or die. But now 8k in goal differences already. This lot is their light at the ends of the tunnels. But now Arjex got picked off. Fury of Phoenix coming in from Saw snap. But Fluke Yo with Blazing the Wet. So Ross taking out the lot already. And Guard NC supply the damage to taking out Arjex. Saw snap. Half the HP already gone, not gonna be ready for another major fight. But Sylvie as well as ACT choose not to capitalize on that yet. Song Jinwoo, of course, as a Uranus, can only do so much to tanking damage, obviously. But then Guard NC got the damage from the turret as well, so have to retreat. But then once again, Chrono Dash from Griffith trying to zoning out ACT, but not in time. Another turret was already gone. Lords already pushing onwards to the bottom lanes here. And now ACT is right on the base here. Swooping right in. Sora nicely timing by Piper over there. As Sir Ross would be able to unstoppable here with the double kill as well. And triple kill by Sir Ross and Flukyo for another one. And Garden C for a wipe out. And ACT take this game 2-0. What a play that was. Overall, a dominating performances here. Very promising for ACT. Very frightening, I have to say. Once again, they're up against Tenacity, and this is what have been mentioned. Then their playbooks is what probably going to need a lot of adjustment. Right. So there you go. ACT teams from open qualifiers going up against Tenacities. They have already been competing before in previous tournaments, but now under Tenacity and ACT, yeah, it would be the Blazing Phoenix who take this game. So once again, just like from the first game, right? Fury of Phoenix opened up all the position, but the timing of the fight being committed, that is the major part of why ACT is still maintained to be dominant. We're seeing many occurrences where Sylvie kind of just stroll around, or even like a walk right into the jungles from Tenacity's side, and then for the game ending plays, yeah, nothing much. But yeah, Piper's with this impeccable timing for the CC as well, and by that time in terms of scalings, yeah, that's just it for ACT. All right.
สวัสดีค่ะเดี๋ยวเรามาสัมภาษณ์ผู้ชนะของเราทั้งสองท่านกันบ้างดีกว่านะคะการ NC เดี๋ยวรบกวนช่วยแนะนำตัวสั้นๆให้แฟนๆฟังหน่อยค่ะสวัสดีครับผมการ NC นะครับไปเล่นมิดเลนให้ทีม ACT ครับผมสวัสดีครับไพเปอร์นะครับเล่น EXP ให้ทีม ACT ครับ
Alright
ค่ะมาที่คุณการ NC ก่อนนะคะ
การ NC
อยากสอบถามว่าตั้งแต่การแข่งขันในรอบ Open Qualifier
Since Open
จนถึงรอบ
Qualifiers
เมื่อกี้นี้ความกดดัน
until right
แตกต่าง
now
กันมากน้อยแค่ไหนคะ
how's your pressure has been going on for you
คัดของรอบควอลิฟายครับก็กดดันกว่ารอบนี้ครับ เพราะว่าถ้าแพ้ก็จะไม่ได้เข้ามาในเล่นในลีกครับ
so Open Qualifiers was way more pressuring of course because like they got this sort of
ที่สุดครับ
ค่ะขอบคุณมากค่ะ
so the Open Qualifiers was more pressuring for him of course because like by losing would mean that they would miss out on the league spots
จะเป็นทีมตัวเองก็ได้นะ
ชอบทีม KLG ครับ
okay what team would you what is your favorite teams
ลง
here
เขาตึงครับลงเขาตึง
and
ค่ะก็ขอบ
And
คุณ
people
ทั้ง
give
สอง
it
ท่าน
to
มากเลย
actually
นะคะ
KOG
ก็เวลาสัมภาษณ์หมดลงแค่นี้แล้วเดี๋ยวยังไงขอส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ได้เลยค่ะ
okay I mean that makes sense so once again I think another 2-0 and also lovely to see the performances from the Open qualifying team straight up right especially with Willie Tai from game number 2 match number 2 and then also right here with ACT so it's just lovely to see right we're talking about the young talents from both sides many of them were very much so qualified based on the merits of their single elimination runs in Open qualifiers so I expect nothing less from them to be honest and then you're going up against the team for Tenacity, I still think that there's still a saving grace for them. I think that they are brilliant individually, but then in terms of the playbook, how can they manage to like be more dominant, or even if in case like today's where they're not dominant, how can they turn the tides around? That's a know-how that they need to develop on, right? For the MVP of this game, it's Flugyo. 2 kills, that's one thing, but it's 7 assists. His blazing duet from Claude can be, I would say, quite impactful. So that's definitely the case. And of course, like with all the kill participation as well, a score per minute. Yeah, overall lovely to see. I mean, we might not see him in the action as much, and that shows in his kills, right? But then, yeah, in all the major team fights, and that's just signifies ACT's coordinations, I think, overall, and map awareness, which is the case that we already seen from the first game, where they sort of know how much each of their heroes can sustain the damage, and of course, Flugyo can closing everyone's out with blazing duets, which by the mid game to late game scaling, yeah, by that time it's already going to be on the full scale there. Okay, so Sylvie taking this one. So in case of Sylvie, I understand that yes, he managed to hold himself off very well, not conceding a kill that much. But that being said, with how he was afforded to play, with how he was able to pull off these sort of plays, I expect a bit more in terms of like how he can capitalize on his positioning and how Tenacity failing to find solutions to deal with him. So that's probably the main thing. But apart from that, yeah, so overall quite a great play here. So Ross not going to be as impactful here instead, because up until the very last point, right, where he's just picking out people left and right. So there you go. ACT win this one in a dominating fashion once again. 7 kills from Sir Ross. Isn't this like the first game as well, right? I think that's going to be very lovely for ACT, and I think for the whole talent pool in MSL as well. Because it's one thing when you're trying to comprise with a... So as it stands, right, I just realized, but like right now, ACT is probably the entire team in MSL Thailand with a full Thai rosters. I'm pretty convinced on that, because even Solix already got Spectre, right, from Laos. Yeah, Chastity have Leon, or even Buriram have Aki. So pretty much, like I would say, a lot of the scalings here, and of course Flugyo being the one to farming for the most amount of goal as well. as dealt the most amount of damage. Yeah. Gonna be a tough defeat to take, especially for Tenacity. But I still think that they are brilliant, like individually speaking. So love to see how they can progress onwards, you know, and to keep the result. I think that in cases that they will manage to be dominant, like they can actually hold and carry on that momentum. But like if you compare that to ACT matches where when none of them were able to find solutions to ACT's way, like it's one thing to find solutions like on the draft phase or with the coach, right? In the mix zone like that, that's very likely. But then you have to compare that with people who can manage to finding out the solutions in game as well. I think, yeah, maybe the in-game leaders, the IGL, that can be another factors as well. Because I'm not sure how Tenacities like form their teams, or like what is going to be the role for them, right? I'm not sure yet who's even the team's captain. But hopefully, like, they can do a reset and then get back here soon. Let me grab on a bit more snacks. Right, 15 minutes to go. Any other noteworthy stuff that we can do in the meantime? Let's do a power ranking. Let's see if I'm probably gonna have to rely on, like, let's see, MSL Thailand ranking tier list maybe. I just want to find out the tier list, whether there's actually a tier list for MSL Thailand teams. Maybe I can do a power ranking. Let me search MSL Thailand. Okay. MSL Fire, MSL NAT.
Richman Shop No 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand
Dang, I don't think
เติม
there's
ได้
one
นับร้อย
yet.
เกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกม
Well, that is it for
วางใจนึกจะเติมเกม
this live streams. KOG and also for KOG as well as Solix. Yeah, I think I can push. But at the same time, I should probably KOG and Solix. Yeah, that's possible. So yeah, just a quick recap from earlier experience as well. Dang, that's quite huge. By this point onwards, I think this is going to be the case, right? When you look at KOG against Solix. Probably I'm going to finishing my streams here, but I will give my predictions. I think King of Gamers probably 2-0 Solix. I think Solix is going to have a lot of skills play as well as a lot of experience and composure. But like if you look at KOG or King of Gamers, like yeah, they were too solid. Even that being said, right? Let me try to break down King of Gamers for you guys. So probably as a send off, but I'm probably not gonna stay around for the last match. Sorry guys, I'm completely out of gas. So let me get to Facebook. Still 15 minutes to go. Overall, I think that yeah, it's been a fun day. We're looking at a lot of promising team performances, as well as I would say just the whole sort of play styles that we see can be implemented in this stage, right? And how each team's got sort of like their own traits. They have their own stories already coming into the league, but then to see it unfold in a competition like this, like just magnificent. This is not like a. Is okay. I'm not even sure if that's a part of Mobile Legends. Probably not, right? But yeah, at the very least, I can definitely vouch for the team for being like so competitive here, and I'm gonna try to find out a way to cover all of the matches in the future, right? But most likely it's gonna be in this sort of like a schedules where I can only manage to like covering like maybe just 2 matches or maybe 3 at most like this. But it's still lovely to have all of you here today. In case you revisit my live stream later on, feel free to like, share, and follow, and also subscribe to the channels here. Oh man, okay, yeah, we can push onwards maybe a bit with a last match of the day. But I can only hope that it's not going to be too lengthy. Let me try to, let's see what else can be determined here. So Willie Tai, of course, that's the latest match being updated. Okay, they try to update it on this for full extent. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. That makes sense. I think for probably tomorrow, let's see what's the schedule like. I want to see the schedule for tomorrow. So for tomorrow we're gonna have another major matches here as well. Okay, it's gonna be Buriram against Hydra. Oh my days. I just realized that's a tough one. That's a tough one for Hydra, definitely. Like, it's one thing to not being able to secure it's one thing for the result not to be on their favors, but then when you got a back-to-back match against BRU straight up, yeah, it's gonna be tough. Tenacity against Solix. I think this one could be interesting. And then for E Arenas versus Free Thai, this one would be interesting as well. I love to see how Filipinos coach like can deal with like a sort of like a Thai whole Thai rosters or a Thai coach, you know, in Mikasa, compare them. And then Full Sense would be against ACT. All right, I mean that makes sense. So that's probably going to be how it is here then for this live streams here. Thank you everyone so much for tuning in. See you in the next one. For tomorrow, I'll probably be able to cover two latest match here, E-Arenas, Valley Thai, and also Full Sense and ACT. So the new team into the mix for the shuffles here in the group stage is going to be Buriram and E-Arena. Yeah, I think that's going to be the case. For E-Arena, I think people want to see Michizi and also Kaizen's performances, right? Was it Kaizen? No, Kaizen was with King of Gamers. But you get the idea, right? Let's check out my live streams one last time. For full extent. I mean, that's gonna be the case, right? So probably, let's see. It is possible that I would probably still like trying to do some sort of like a I'm probably still trying to like keep it up here, especially for the entire teams, and give you guys with a reaction as well. But yeah, it's probably not gonna be on live anymore. I'm entirely spent here, so thank you once again. Don't forget to like, share, and follow. See you in the next MSL Thailand Season 1. Thank you. Bye-bye.